We got lag. All right, let's see what happens here. Bro. Dude, I don't know, man. Something went a little squiffy pre-stream. So I'm going to be a little squirrely for a second. What? Dude, I have no idea, man. I just got here. So, I don't know. You fix your crap. What's up, Jet? How's it going? I seem to be all right.
Hello, Steve. How are you today?
We're going to find out. I'm curious. No. We're having that thing where things started slowing up, and I don't know why. I hate this. Yeah. Dude, what is it with, did we get an update on something? Did something get an update? That's working. Oh, that's on. No, I'm just seeing if there's anything going on in the background here. Yeah, get rid of that. Go.
Party had happy partner anniversary. J.i.M Steve a J.i.M Foamy bounce.
Thank you. I didn't even know it was our partner anniversary, apparently. What? I didn't get... You figure Twitch would be like, bro, you got a thing. Thank you. I don't know. Let me go. Negan, you got to roll something, but let me call it first. Card battle. Boom. Let's go. Cards. Ooh, hold on. Let me check my thing. Boo, boo, boo. Oh, my thing's coming together. All right. You got to roll equal to or greater than 12. 18. Wow. It's gone. Tofu's gone. You stepped on it and squished. Now, I got to monitor things now. This is going to be stupid. So, 31. You want 31, huh? 31. 31. Let's go. Is this the long one? All right, whatever. Should probably have coffee, right? Okay. I get it. We can't do this. We're practically in the middle of the street. All right. Go.
Hi, I.
I like hype. Boop. Oh, I don't know where to put her now. She can hang out there, right? We put her up there? Let's see. No, this is a new spot each time.
For the hype.
The hype. Let's go. Yeah, start of this is going to be a bit discombobulated for reasons. Go.
Hype bits.
There you go. Hang out up there, Pauline. It's a little dangerous, so watch your step. Whoa. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, sorry for the weird start. It's just, dude, we're on level 3. Yes. What anniversary is this now? You got like 3 of them this year. You got the 25th anniversary of the squirrel, which isn't for another month and a half. Partner anniversary? Yes. And didn't Dawn just have one? Did you all start in the summer? It was like too hot to go outside, so you're like, whatever. Let's just stream.
I realized today just how easy it is to remember Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog song lyrics in times of intense stress at work.
There you go.
The Amityville toaster. Make breakfast spooky. Spooky talk from toaster. Spooky eat me toast. Yum, yum, yum. Human hand.
Human hand. Thank you. Let me do sound alerts here. Boop, boop, boop. Calling it. Got it. Trying to keep up. I'm a little bit behind here. Oop.
$10. I can buy that for
Hey!
$1. 10
Hey,
times.
thank you.
Bohane has just donated $10.
Thank you, thank you. I think it's all the activity. Oh, no, that was already called. Who called that? Shadav here. No note. No note. Icarus, thank you. And a thank you again from before. It's like 2,000 bits, and then there's another 1,000 bits. I'm trying to make sure I run smoothly here. No, I hate this. So, go. Thank
Steve, you and Honor Luck, we had a tornado warning with the red square right around my house. So thunder was loud and bad, but lighting very close to house that did flicker plus the alert on my phone.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll just see. If the stream ends early, that means I've been swept away. Apparently, there was a lot of rain last night and thunder and lightning and everything, and you slept right through it. Like Dawn was up and just like, oh, storm. It was just like nothing. When you go to sleep, you go to sleep. It's crazy. Yeah. So, Hank gifted a sub. Thank you. Malenko got a sub. Thanks to Hank. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm monitoring things at the same time here. You know what? Let me turn off this hype thing.
Internet is poopy sometimes. But sometimes there are cats, and that makes it
Naked
better.
one.
Internet is poopy sometimes. But then sometimes there's puppies, and that makes it better. Throw a puppy at it.
Do it. Thank you. Naked one already. Really? We got a one already? Wow. Well, one already. Might as well it's called dyslexia strike too, because holy crap. No, I was like, I got up stupid early and then we just kept working up until now. And now I'm just like, my brain is already pre-fried before stream. Why is that happening? No, we're getting those CPU spikes again. It shouldn't. And I'm just wondering if it's alerts. Like like the API or whatever the hell, the whatever plugin. Whew, that's up. It's raining on and off, but still 91. Yeah, I don't like it. This weather's getting. No, I'm getting a little annoyed with the heat. Not a big fan. Plus, I'm wearing a hoodie in the summer, which is pretty stupid. No, you should have given me my Hawaiian shirt, bro. Yeah, I was going to bed super late, like 4 a.m. 4 a.m. Nice. Still amazed my uncle didn't leave. What? Back door open when he decided to mow the lawn and eat it. Never leave a door open anywhere.
I say first time I had to go to the basement yesterday for a tornado, but if it hit, I'd go play lottery.
I guess, if you got that kind of luck. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. 100 bits. Thank you. Come on, computer. You can do this. All right, good. I literally have no idea what would cause that. Everything's running according. Oh my God. Hold on. No, there was a Windows update. Let me see if it changed my power settings. That's what happened last time. All right, we got that. No, every time there's an update, it's like they keep freaking. It's like everything goes back to default, like you just installed Windows. I got that. All right, that seems good. All right, doesn't look like they did anything. All right, we'll see. I know, man. I'm getting tired of Windows. I really am. I'm gonna just move everything over to anything else at this point. It's sad. Hank, give to the sub. Julie got one. Got a sub. Nice. Oh, we got alert.
He always does it. When I mention it, and he doesn't even apologize, I have to fight the urge to say if it was your house and me leaving doors open, you'd be irate.
True. No, they don't. Anytime somebody does a mistake, they never complain that they did it. But if you did it, you'd be like, no, we didn't drop frames. We didn't drop a single frame. Surprisingly enough, we didn't. So our frame rate's been fine. But this is, I don't know, it's just usually that bottlenecking thing that happens. Oh, God. All right. Now, let me see if they turned on hardware acceleration. No, that happened last time, too. They're like, hey, we're going to re-enable hardware acceleration. I know it sucks. It destroys your computer, but why not? Not that. Boop. Again, I can only do this when I'm live, so. No, that's still off, too. All right, good. At least that didn't get messed up. That was one of the biggest problems with Dawn's computer. It's like you turned that off and it was just like, oh, everything started working again. Not here, so I don't know why. I guarantee you there's a background scan happening. Ugh. So lag spike is what? That started the stream? Like after the timer ended. After that's been good. Yeah, that's when it started, which was kind of weird. So right now I'm just maxing out all the power settings and just hopefully it's it's not enough that we're not operating system with guzzles of your money. We need to have hardware to start being less efficient. It is incredibly less efficient. Again, since the end of last year, I've noticed Windows 11 just... Did they like start outsourcing their tech help or something? What are we on? Still on the hype train? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the wheel spin. Boop. You got 20 seconds left on level 5. Nice. Still printing wallets. Is there money in there? Print your own money. That usually goes well, right? You're printing a wallet. Your honor. Yeah. 20 bits, thank you, ADJ. Yes. Go out. A hype train. Yeah. It's important. Won't. All right, let's see. All right, get that thing up there. Out. All right. Okay. We got to do a wheel spin. Got to do it. Megan, you here? There you go. I'm more what? Interested in the content for my wallet than the wallets themselves. There you go. Vibe coded patches. Yeah, well, guess what? I'm not feeling the vibe. I'm gonna, because it sucks so bad, dude. Oh, God. And again, I used to be a big defender of Windows. Every operating system was getting better, and then it stopped. And I think they know that, and I don't know if they're ever going to fix it. But, Negan, guess what? You got a wheel spin. If you're new here, basically the first person that wins Stream Bingo gets a spin on a wheel of prizes, something from the itch.io shop. So it's something squirrel-related, because of the squirrel. Boom.
What's the deal?
What is the deal?
Let's spin the wheel. Cause you want bingo, let's go.
Boom.
Spin that freak wheel.
Spinning it.
Spin that freaking wheel.
Doing it. Let's see what you got. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Could be something good. Could be something okay. Could be something mediocre. We don't know. Quality of our work is always in judgment. You got, ooh, songs by squirrels too. Oh, nice. Bro, it's a bunch of squirrel songs on a thing. Dude. Enhanced. Songs by squirrels. No, that's good. At the very least, they're fun. Where is it? Where is it? Now I gotta find it. Where is it? 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 Number 2. Number 3 is coming out soon too, right? Yeah. All right. All right, download key. Boop, boop. If it's something you already have, feel free to pass it along to somebody you may not. Boop. Come on. I'm working on it. Bro. Got that. Doing that. Doing that. Doing that. Boom. There you go. Sent it. Nice. All right, now I can close tabs. Maybe that'll help. Oh, Popcat. That Tangia? Has that already been called? I don't even know who's calling everything. I'm assuming should have. Thank you. Do we let it live? Yeah. Icarus, thank you. D12. What's up, Buccaneer Squirrel? I didn't even get a chance to say hi, say everybody. Everything was going crazy and wonky woo. I'm going to adjust the power setting and see what happens. So it's all I can do. Boop. All right. All right. Fingers crossed, bro. All right. Icarus, hi. What's up? Shadav, hi. PC, hi. What's up? Buccaneer Squirrel, hello. What's up? Bloody Angel, hi. What's good? Negan, hi. Congratulations. Lost Pixie, hi. ADJ again. Pajuli, hi. What's up? Haint, hi. Hello. Let's see who else is here. Particularly the Steam Bounty. PC. No, I already said PC. Shall I have Haint? McBooyah. Hi. Spider. What's up? Stay safe. Watch the skies for tornadoes. PC Bloody. We were gonna go flying high. What's up? Lost Pixie. Hi. What's up? I'm gonna assume Shadav's here. Hi. Malenko. Hi. Trying to go through the chat just to see if there's any names I missed. What? Mama Fairy Goddess. Hi. Shy Cute Manga Cowboy, hi. Spider, thank you. And Hours of Cough, thank you. Mental Traveler, hi. It's early on. It's early on, all the way to the beginning. It did Lost Pixie, hi. No, we've just been doing a bunch of work. So literally this whole morning was us. You had to update the shop because we haven't done it in like forever. So we put more stickers in there, yay. It's just like me, Gora, and all those other floating characters here. So you got squirrel stuff rolling out hopefully soon. God. No, man, it's been taking forever. It's been like a utter chaos. That was like the first 8 hours of her day for some reason.
No, watch out for Sharknado.
Dude. Sharknado. Dude, that sounds like the Italian version. It's a Sharknado. You're watching the skies for the sharks. What? That's pretty good, dude. Cocaine sharks. Weren't they doing that? I thought they did a lot of things where they were just taking animals and throwing cocaine at it just to make a movie at it. Because there was crackoons, right? They gave a bunch of raccoons crack, so they called it crackoons. You know, weird crap like that. Yeah, I saw a Cocaine Bear. That was the what's his face? That was his last role that he had. He was in Godfather or whatever. God, why do I not remember his name? I don't know, but he was cool. I'm in Spain for a few days. Ooh, nice. Feels just like the U.S. though. Really? Could have gone to the beach in California and saved the jet lag. Really? I didn't think Spain was so America. Like, did they have like KFC and all the other junk foods? You probably got better food there. If you're in Spain, eat the good food. Yeah. What? Cocaine sloth. He's slightly faster. That would actually be pretty good. Yeah. No, there was a killer sloth movie. Yeah, what was it called? It was like slaughter, like slaughter by sloth. I'm not even joking. There was a movie. I think the tagline was slow death, or something like that. That's the same ads for Burger King and Amazon everywhere. Really? Oh God. I'm all for there being a little bit of globalization and people kind of, connecting through stuff. But when it comes to going to a completely different foreign country, you want to see the weird crap. You want to see the differences, not just go to a couple of sites or stuff. You want to get immersed in it. That's why Japan is probably your best bet, because they're just like Japan, There's not a lot of concessions going on there. They're not like, yeah, let's doctor it up for this or do that. Blah, 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 blah. It's a little weird. Same ads for Burger King. That's weird. I didn't even think they had Burger King there, honestly. Like, I'm assuming if you're in Spain, your food is good enough to not have fast food, And if you do have fast food, it's probably decent, right? Slightly faster slice would be extremely good if you've ever seen one. Sloth. Dude, sloths are kind of crazy. Methicane. They should have a movie about a giraffe, but they just give him weed. And then just, tagline is like, how high can a giraffe get? Or something like that. But he gets some bad stuff that has like fentanyl in it and it just goes nuts. Methnado. Tornado sucks up meth lab. Or how about just the people that are on meth and then they got in a tornado and then it's like they're floating around? I feel like the computer leveled off. Good. That freaked me out, dude. I think that was my fault because I was running late because we were doing all that work and we started all the programs up like 2 minutes beforehand, which is never a good thing because there's usually bottlenecking with all the video stuff that has to happen. So it usually takes about 10 minutes to work itself out and file that. I get order of protocol for some reason. Usually when we start a stream, we have all the software up and running like a half hour beforehand, so everything kind of settles. Don't ask me why. Camel with cigarettes, the real Joe Camel. Whatever happened to real Joe Camel? Yeah. Apparently, it appealed to children too much. It's weird. As a kid, were you ever like, oh, dude, it's Joe Camel. Let me smoke. No. Never. I didn't even find it appealing like as a cartoon character. It was stupid. He didn't even have a hump on his back. Even as a kid, I'm like, this is not accurate. The ancestors were supposedly pretty wild. They had claws, but I guess they're herbivores. They're slow since food was scarce. Huh. Yeah, you don't want to mess up your metabolism, right? Remember the Marlboro leather jacket you would get if you smoked like 5,000 packs? We knew somebody who got that. Dude, the Marlboro miles. They used to smoke all the time, and they would just collect these things, and they would like get them from friends who just didn't care about that stuff. I think they got the jacket, a canoe. I think there was a canoe, like a marble canoe. You could get some weird crap. I don't know if that's still around though. You know, I don't smoke, so I don't know. No. King of the Hill Dale had the entire cattle. Yeah, I can imagine. But that's kind of cool though, you know. Smoking's bad. I'm just saying it's cool that they actually had a point system where you can get stuff. Is it weird that I've always wanted that jacket? No, because it's like a prized possession. You can probably get it on eBay now, honestly. Save yourself the cancer and just buy it. Yeah. Like legit. Hey, what's up?
Did you see the movie Thank You for Smoking? Great movie.
No, I didn't smoke, so it's kind of like much like the Super Size Me thing. I don't eat fast food and I don't smoke, so I didn't bother. All right. Yeah, I know, but still. He's like, well, I'm not a murderer, but I still watch horror movies. Like come on. All right, I'm gonna have some coffee. We'll see what happens. Oh God, this is that mushroom coffee. Man, this day keeps getting worse. God. That's adequate. It's all right. It worked out. Okay. I think that guy died, the Super Size Me guy. Did he? Spurlock, right? Did Spurlock die? Please tell me it was from fast food. That's the ultimate end sequence for the documentary. It was Spurlock, right? Oh, he had cancer. Okay. Wow, I didn't like he was pretty young though, right? Found him mixing a little bit of real coffee with the mushroom coffee, or they're just so damn good. Really? Yeah, we're trying to just get off that altogether just because somebody had a caffeine overdose. 53? Wow. He died in 2024? What? Huh. I think we might have covered it, but for some reason it's out of my brain right now. All right. No, dude, my brain is pretty much like RAM right now. It's very valuable. Somebody got stickers, the new ones. Hey.
Someone purchased 9 items for $51.21.
Thank you. What,
including
all the
Gora,
items?
the Destroyer.
Oh my
Sticker
God.
sheet number 3.
Thank you. Thank you. At least I know they're live. Right. Now I got a bunch of Gora stickers and yeah, there's a couple of me on there. That's not my best pictures. But I don't do anything there. I just stand there and look sarcastic in sticker form. Yeah. What are you gonna do? 53. 53 what? He was 53 or I have to call 53? No, anytime I see a number, I gotta know. 5 people won bingo. No, not yet. Oh, my card. Oh, no, we're right. God. So that was my fun-filled day. It's weird. I feel like I have less room on my desk than I normally do. Like there's usually enough room, but did it get smaller? Like legit, it's really bizarre. I feel like the desk just got smaller for some reason. Am I growing up? That where all the small things I used to have are starting to look small? Like when you go back to your very first apartment, if you've ever gone back to, and you're just like, my God, how did I live here? 53 years young. I know, they didn't even get to the age where they could tell people to get off their lawn. It's ridiculous. Corona got gargoyles, and one of the cards is Demona. Nice. That's pretty cool. There you go. Try to bring back some gargoyles. Nice. What was that weird movie that we kind of saw? It was on in the background. There you go. I'll call that. Yeah, it's good. Dead or Alive. Did anybody see Dead or Alive? It was based on the game, yes. It had, was it Eric Roberts in it? And the woman that was in My Name is Earl. Come on. Thank you. Forever ago? I wouldn't go back and visit it because it's bad. It was all right for my taste. I know some movies are just people do like them and stuff, but for my taste, so people don't get insulted. It was bad enough for my taste that it distracted me And I had to look at it and say, what the fuck is happening in this film? It really, I was looking at this, I'm like, oh my God. Dude, Double Dragon was a better movie. Holy shit. What, that had what? The one that played in that sitcom, was it Milano or something? They also played Arnold Schwarzenegger's kid. They gave her weird, like, 2000s white Caesar cut hair or something. I think that was their name. I don't remember. Not a fan of Star Trek. Still half of the cast of Gora Star Trek actors. Really? I didn't even know that. I had no idea. Joy? Joy. What joy? Where is there joy? Find me joy in this world. Oh, man. Oh, we got contacted by a dev. That was pretty fun. Yeah, I'll get into that. No, who did voices? I never looked into who did voices for gargoyles. So it makes me laugh a lot because I know the voice actor didn't go to Star Trek. Huh. What, like Chekhov and stuff? Like, I want to know. All right, let me get more coffee. I'm still kind of. It's weird. I'm kind of still waking up, but just from the work haze. No, when he gets into like work mode, he's like, how would you equate it? Like an actor that goes into their role, and then it's like it takes you a little bit to get out of it. Yeah, so we're still in half work mode, and I need coffee for that. I don't know. I either swallowed an ice cube or a bug, and I feel like it wasn't cold enough to be an ice cube. Most of the actors were voice actors after Star Trek to keep making money. Huh? Patrick Stewart? What? Oh! Bro! Fairland gifted us a bunch of subs. Short Gal got one. Kyle the Vampire God. What's up? Fingarius got one. That guy, there was no flash. What? Kill King got one. And Freedom to Ghost got all subs thanks to Fairland. During our partner anniversary that I was just informed was happening. You know what? There was another anniversary. Yo, the other day you went to your YouTube dashboard. And they're like, Bloody Angel one. Nice. No, they didn't say that. I did. They're like, congratulations. You've been on, you've had a YouTube channel for 17 years. And I'm just like, I see that. And sometimes I don't want to be reminded of how much turmoil has happened on YouTube. And I'm just like, oh God, it's been 17 years, huh? Technically, we wouldn't even be on YouTube. We'd still be on Newgrounds if everybody didn't take our work from Newgrounds and put it on YouTube, and then we had to do all that to get it back. Thus close to closing out my YouTube channel again. It gets ridiculous, right? You know? Like, it really does. I can't imagine, like, at least, for us, we're just doing at least 100% original stuff. If you start doing stuff with gameplay and stuff, it turns into a mess, and nobody can do anything. It's crazy. Oh, there was a strike. What was the strike? Nah, dude, that's usually, why would they give you a strike? Just heard thunder. Well, your ears work, so that's pretty good. Are your eyes better? No, they had a thing where apparently they were Daredevil for a while. They had to just basically beat people up by sound alone. So William Riker, Marine Service Counselor Deanna Troy, Michael Dom, Lieutenant Worf, and Data. Wow, that's actually a really good cast. Huh? You think if you have a cast like that during breaks, you think they all get together and talk about Patrick Stewart? Hey, remember that one time Patrick Stewart? He was eating all the shrimp at the buffet. The little catering area. I know, right? It's ridiculous. It's Patrick Stewart. I just stuffing his face with shrimp all day. I feel like that sometimes happens where people have nothing in common, so they just poke fun at whoever they used to work with. Yeah. I got 2 VODs removed for a blurb that was played on stream, but I'm constantly disputing like 10 blurps on all of these VODs. Well, what we've done, right, is and definitely talk to Dawn about this. There's something called virtual cables, right? So if you could just run the virtual cables through your OBS and have those basically run the Tangias and blurps through it, then what you do is in advanced settings under sound.
You're like that hard worker who has been working for 20 years and your boss only gives you a $200 gift card. I saw a story like that on the news.
Some people don't even do that. Which is sad. What? It's like 20 years of loyal here's a $200 gift card. It's like, thanks, guy. Yeah, like whatever. I don't need to do that. Just cut them from the VOD and OBS settings, remove them from the track that gets uploaded to the VOD. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I meant. You know, you just basically get it removed from the VOD before it, you know. So people hear it live, but they don't hear it in the VOD. So you already know how to do that. Never mind. Yeah, so that's, yeah, just, I guess, do that and get it out of your hair, you know. LeVar Burton, Comey, Michelle Nichols, Avery Brooks are the other ones. That is a lot. That's a lot of Star Trek. Dude, it's like going to a Trekkie convention. Holy crap. Shouldn't have to as a third-party public domain BS. There's no such thing as public domain, unfortunately. Dude, Plan 9 from Outer Space. Public domain movie. We uploaded the Pum'Kin Guy Plan 9 thing that you did a while ago. And, bro, it was like hit after hit after hit. People were like, yeah, no, claim, copy, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, bro, this is public domain. After a while, we just took it down. Which is why that stuff's not on our channel, because I'm not dealing with that crap. So basically what happens is one person claims it and they think they own it because they don't know what public domain means, and then everybody else has to suffer. So, yeah, I've been watching Star Trek Lower Decks. It's awesome. I hear it's good. Dawn's going to get to that eventually. She's on, what, Enterprise right now? She's going through all the Star Treks. I am not going through all the Star Treks. I can't deal with it. As much as I like Scott Bakula, okay? Lord of Illusions, let's go. Dude, the guy that played the evil dude, oh, that guy was tremendous. Yeah, I didn't realize he was in The Office, too, and I saw him. I'm like, oh, my God, he's back. Let's see how many Star Treks I get, even Deep Space Nine and Voyager. Next Generation was probably one of the best Star Treks. I know everyone liked the original, but if you're going to have a reimagining of Star Trek or a continuation, that's probably really good. Simon Snow White, what's up? How's it going? All right. Deep Space Nine was good because the captain in that was really good. He was a really good actor.
The bonus is more for ratting co-workers. For stealing then working hard and getting a 20 gift card.
I guess. What? Yeah, dude, that is a thing. I don't know. There used to be a lot of more loyalty in the workplace, but that's when you had like mom and pop businesses, and you know the companies get larger and larger, and then before you know it, it's like that human quality just is gone. So you know the employee, hey, Bill's here, been here for 20 years, and people were like, okay, you know, should we get him a cake? Whatever. I'll pick up some cupcakes tomorrow. You know, it's like that kind of thing. Like my brother's a big fan of Star Trek. So the 1-year anniversary is coming month. I'm going to have a Star Trek marathon for him. Nice. There you go. It's a catchy theme, too. What we got? That doesn't stop with Lower Decks. Nothing after that is good, in my opinion. What was after Lower Decks? Wasn't there New Worlds or Strange Worlds, right? There's Strange Worlds and then Academy, which I already know people hated. All right. I can do the Spock thing with both hands. Yeah, it's easy enough. I'm doing it now, and surprisingly, the tracking software is picking it up except for this finger. But they're there. Come on, come on. Live long and prosper, bro. Yeah. So I'm doing YouTube right now. I blurred from a Monty Python person claiming it. Yeah. Well, even the thing about that. Oh God. Okay, a lot of things. Something like a sound clip from Monty Python that wouldn't actually be considered public domain, but it would probably be considered fair use because it's so short. And I think that's a big problem because like nobody's going to be keep fighting the companies for like, well, it's fair use. It's only a 5-second clip. And they're like, well, I don't care. We own it, you know? So there's just a whole thing. Well, that's ridiculous. Oh, we're working on a comic book. Boom. Hopefully it'll be out for September, right? It's another one of those little free print it yourself things. So it'll be on itch once it's up. That was the other thing we're working on. And then we were watching Dead or Alive, which distracted us so much from doing work that we had to look at it and yell at the television like an old person. It's ridiculous. I'm just looking at this. I'm just like, what the hell is happening in this? Who is that? Come on. Oh, don't get too excited. It's just like a small goofy thing. I like doing stuff. Yeah. Doing things. Star Trek exposure to Star Trek. Really? Yeah, there was a time when he was growing up that they would rerun the old episodes with hey, Jazarian Priest one. What do you call it? Shatner. The Shatner ones, Captain Kirk. And they would rerun those, so that's kind of what we got exposed to. God, they played the Tribble one constantly. It was all about Tribbles, all the time. I don't know why. But there you go. Lost Pixie one. Nice. So then it was like, then we got to watch some Star Trek Next Generation, but that was like, we never got to see it when it was live. It was always on reruns. And I forget what station. I think in New York it was like Channel 11. That would probably play it late at night. I don't know. Small goofy thing like a cartoon. No, but we got a new one coming out Friday. Pay attention to the rain sequence. That was more work than it needed to be. But it looks good. So, go. Hank gifted a sub to Shadow Angel. Nice. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, let's go. Rented original Star Trek VHS tapes at the library. Ooh. Well, not recently, right? I can't imagine him still having VHS in a library. Like, yeah, I need the VHS of Star Trek The Next Generation, episode 15 through 17. Okay, put it on hold for me. I'll come back next week. I wonder if they still do. No, because the last time we went to a library, they said they were starting to phase out, I think it was DVDs and Blu-rays, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Same thing with CDs. They don't have CDs much anymore. There's like a handful of like, it's got to be like a really new thing that everybody wants, like Taylor Swift or something like that. Oh, it was back in 99. Okay. Can I imagine going to 2026 and be like, yeah, you got a VHS copy of this? I need the complete series of Xena on VHS. They'd be like, get out. Just get out of here. What? Did they ever have Xena Warrior Princess audiobooks? I feel like they should have. Yeah. No, read by Lucy Lawless? Come on. Same thing with Hercules Legendary Journeys with Sorbo. What else is he doing? You know? Come on. I'd probably listen to one of them. Yeah. At least some people recognize their employees. Just because working at a McDonald's franchise location 2 years ago to celebrate everyone's birthday except for mine. What? Showed me that was in the wrong place of employment, so I left not long after. Oh, that's messed up. We celebrate people's birthday here. You know, like what the hell? I mean, yeah, you're not getting cake, but, you know, at least we have a happy birthday screen. But, there was this resort. Someone did an NPR about Gen Z folks are buying CDs and surpassing vinyl. Yeah, this year it actually did better than vinyl CD sales. Well, I think because everybody's realizing nobody owns everything. And that favorite song that you liked on Spotify can just disappear at a moment's notice.
Did you know Ron Swanson married Xena Warrior Princess?
Who the hell's Ron Swanson? Who's Ron Swanson? They married Lucy Lawless? I feel like Lucy Lawless would just be untamable and wouldn't be in marriage. But unless she was just like, you know what, you're marrying me. I feel like that's how it went. Oh, there is some Xena audiobook. Nice. There you go. Something to look at later. There you go. Thank you, Crit Chicken. Nice. What? Tier 1, 6 months in advance. Oh my God. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it. That's a lot. It's a lot of faith up front. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. You're mine now. Yeah, I definitely picture Xena doing that. Like, get over here. Just for like dragging him up to the altar or throwing him down. And be like, you, pointing to the priest, marry us now. What? And right before, dude, they don't even kiss. She just does that Xena yell, like, ah, yeah, and just drags them off into a car. I would totally be up for a wedding like that, dude. That'd be funny.
Ron Swanson is the parks director in Parks and Recreation. They made Lucy Lawless a middle school vice principal with 2 daughters, and he married her because Swanson genes are very tenacious.
Huh. Interesting. I had no idea that was a thing. I when it comes to like celebrity gossip, I don't know anything. The last time I knew anything was Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt broke up, I think. Overdue, but congratulations. To me? Oh, we're just doing what we do. Thank you. No, it's already getting warm. Computer's going to explode. Coffee. Boop. I said coffee. All right, come on. My dude. All right, there it is. Okay. Yo, I was fat fingering that all day. Apparently the Pitt kids are disowning his name. I guarantee you they're not disowning his money, though. Yeah. I don't want the last name Pitt. Oh, I guess we're getting rid of it. No. Keep the money. Keep the money. Yeah. That's the quote unquote. I don't want to be associated with one of my parents, but I'll take their money. Fuck off. You know, that kind of thing. Seriously, Ruby was an awesome character. Hey, here you go. Turned out I'm waiting for myself to get old enough where I don't passively know who people are. Yeah, I'm getting that way. What? I mean, I know who people are. I just don't care. If everybody like, oh, did you hear the new thing about blah, blah? I don't give it. Yeah, but blah, blah, blah. No, they did this and this and this. I don't care. Yeah, but they're going to be in this Marvel movie. Don't care. Like the 2 being what? Drink of coffee cards I've seen so far. Yeah, there you go. Oh, we were figuring out, no, because like there's a handful of coffee cards that actually have decent art on there, but I don't know what to do with them. All of the other ones are like trash. Because, you know, fingers aren't right or something like that. I have no idea what to do with the better ones. You know? Like, I generally don't want to throw them in the trash because some of them are done well, but... Yeah. I've been subjecting my tiny human to Foamy. They better be old enough to understand it. What? I recommend the squirrel for people ages 30 and up. So I'll assume you're 75 and your kids are out of college and I got a family of your own. Going to be 18 in a few days. All right. That's what? It's cutting it close, but all right. Let's see. Let's see. Found a new game or think everyone should play. What is it? Basically, generally ask someone who is saying, I'm going to be Christmas or Easter, and you generally ask them, what is said religious holiday and what's it about? Is this a real game or is this something that you go up to people and bother them about? What? No, that's mean. Yeah, let everybody do what they want. You know? What? Started watching you when I was 10. Maybe on Newgrounds. Probably Newgrounds. So, yeah, first cartoon was late 2001? Oh, no, probably no, first year was comics. So it must have been like early 2002-ish. You shouldn't have been. Where were your parents? They didn't know about the internet. Now everybody knows about the internet, and that's why it's ruined. Get a good one. Nice. Thank you. All right. Bump. Real game because it makes them think about their actions. Said, oh, well, you should have celebrated this with me. Blah, blah. Makes them actually think about their behavior. I don't think anybody does that. People generally don't think about their behavior. I've noticed that. I'm not accepting of it, but I do notice that. Started watching 2014. Ooh, all right. There you go. Nice. Boom. Had you on Newgrounds too. Not sure when I first started watching him, but it was early on. Yeah, back in the day. Even Newgrounds was more fun back then. You know, it's still all right now, but I've noticed the everything by everyone thing doesn't seem to apply to us. 37 now, I embrace the chaos that shaped my life. Turned me into a smart ass. That's the best kind of ass to be. Right. Well, you got two options, smart ass or dumbass, you know? Or you could be a jackass. Yeah. Right, there you go. Boop. Coffee. Hey, this one's nice. This one's not. Boop. No, someone made a parody of Foamy Jermaine. It's on Newgrounds. Yeah, Andy Delt section. Yeah, there's always one. That was the whole weird thing about like early Jermaine stuff. It was just like everyone just went the Rule 34 route on that. We're just like, all right. All right. No, you tried to work that into the cartoon and kind of drive the point that it really bothers a character that would be subjected to that. But yeah, nobody got that either. They're just like, do more of the thing with the giant boobs. I'm like, oh, God. Stop being artsy. That's the short of it. Found you on YouTube. Then I found you here in 2019. Nice. Hey, going to YouTube helped. Acidine. Kick-ass or dumbass. No, kick-ass isn't really somebody, you don't really say somebody's kick-ass. Except for Chuck Norris. That's it. I think TV Trope acknowledged that you were actually going somewhere with that plot. Yeah, I was, and then we just stopped. I kind of ran its course. You know, like in the first season. And it was just like, all right, we got to keep, you can't just keep hammering that in there. Yeah. So we got that. Love to go back to what? 2003, 2004 Newgrounds. Everything was just a lot. Hey, Crit Chicken gifted a bunch of subs. Thank you. Saint Zane got one. I got one. I'm not going to be able to read that. 007 got one. Loki Lance got one. Bravo Needs Bacon. Fate Cat. Ellabrick. White Dingo. The Dingo. They got one. Also, Mary Grace and Technomancer. All got subs thanks to Crit Chicken. Thank you. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Collecting the minions. MAPG, Sir PG. Fun. Yeah, we still got that. Hank gifted a sub to Goldie Panda, the bestower of titles. But they're literally like a lord now. So, boom. What? It's cool, dude. What are we gonna do with that? What was the other weird crap that's been happening? Let's see. Appreciate you, George, what you do. Thank you. Hey, you're the one putting up with us, so I appreciate it. It's rare, you know. How far is Dawn along in Halo? Does anybody know? No, I can only watch so much, dude. I was doing work. What? No, because I don't know how many more streams they're going to have that, because they're going to start up another game at some point. Why is it so warm in here? I got to turn on the fan more. Ta-da! You got to roll. Equal to or greater than. Boom. Oh, God. Talking about boobs. 12. Ugh. Oh, you just made it. Boom. I like the shocked expression on Pauline's face where she's just like looking at it and just like, what the hell? Pick a number, any number, what you want. I mean, you can pick it yourself, but okay, you got it. Okay. All right, Colin Blood. There you go. That's what you're waiting for. Winner!
She has two people playing together, which is nice. She break out of the shell of friends.
Yeah, that usually helps. I have not done that. We responded to an email from a dev. That was our social interaction for the week. No, because we're going back and forth with Rockstar support for GTA, you know, that kind of thing. They kept auto-closing our tickets, blah, blah, blah. We started making little comic strips about it. And one of the comic strips was like, oh, you know, just play an indie game. And we mentioned them in the comic strip. It was End of Ember. If you haven't seen it, look it up. It's on playtest right now. It's actually kind of good. You know, and they're like, oh, you know, thanks for, you know, blah, 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 mentioning us and stuff like that. And I did a long-winded response because I thought it was deserving of a long-winded response. No, dude, it's actually a good game. It's like a twin-stick shooter kind of game, but you're like this little character running around in this horror-filled world. And if you like horror, this thing has got like a lot of little inside jokes. DJC what? Nice. End of Ember. If you haven't seen it, look it up. Again, playtest. It's not out yet. There's no announcement. I don't know. I don't got any inside information. I'm just going to wait for it to show up and then hit add to cart. I will play that game because I actually had fun with it. You know, I don't want to spoil the references because they're some of them are pretty clever. They are. Thought she spilled the drink. Broken back someday. Yeah, they'll probably have to, you know, put some hardware in there. Give her robo spine. I was the one particularly joking about playing World of Warcraft. Wish there was a foamy Easter egg. Yeah, there should be, right? You figure. Didn't they just put the raccoon in there? That everybody was the meme raccoon or something? Yeah, whatever. Dude, I haven't played Warcraft in forever. Dude, Cataclysm was the last time I played, and that was good. I would go back to it, but it's such a different game now. Yeah. Yeah, Jimothy. Why? Why would they put him in there? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I'm proud of Dog. Collabing. Remembered how to get them in a voice channel. Yeah, that was good. Well, you helped. So, yeah. What? They got a voice channel and everything working? They did it live? They didn't even have to call me for nothing. It was crazy. Making PG Sir, for some reason, that made Foamy mad at his podcast. Well, you know. What? No, I mean, Foamy's got his Lord and Master title, but that was kind of self-given, you know, so. Nobody said, you are a sir. Yeah. It's crazy. Lines are horde. It's always horde. Always horde. I've had a couple of Alliance characters, but then it was like, I like the horde biomes for some reason, you know. And before I knew it, I just started gravitating towards undead. So like every new character I would start would be undead, that or blood elves, you know. I mean, big surprise, you know. Oh look, the guy's in the dark thing is playing an undead person. So novel. I did a human. I did a dwarf. I did a gnome. Oh god, what's those the Draenei things? Those were like that was Burning Crusade. I was like, it's all right, you know. You know. Need last card battle card is for card research. Need it for research. Been binge watching Martha Stewart Living. Really? I didn't even know you could binge watch that. I feel like I would just be exhausted from all the recipes and insightful advice, you know, and stock trading tips. And I've had the Demon Hunter, Ice Powers. So, well, that works. Yeah. I didn't even get to Demon Hunters. Like, I think I stopped. I went back in like, I think it was it for like War of Azeroth or whatever? That was like 2018. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to play this. And then it's just like, it didn't kind of feel the same for me. So I was just like, ah. Besides, I can't invest that kind of time in something now, unfortunately. Burning Crusade was fun. Red Skippy Prince Nails. Oh, we got ads running. Damn it. That's it. Yeah, Battle of Azeroth. Yeah, that was kind of the last thing. I kind of wanted to keep up with it just for the Lady Sylvanas storyline because she was just like, the voice actor in that is awesome and the character is so like conflicted, tormented, and sinister at the same time, and I love it. I don't know how it is now because again, I haven't been playing for a bit, so I should probably catch up on YouTube for like cutscenes and stuff. Yeah, my lore is rusty. Now they have housing. I spent so much time in mine, had to take a break. I really try not to get into housing when it comes to games. Banana Cat, please. Trying to have a show. No, because housing's a time sink. You could just get so OCD about it. Like you want your chair and your table. Just, dude, get me an apple slicer. Thank you. All right, well, we're on ads, so let me just copy this. Boop. And at least that one kind of looks like me. Looks better, though. Hate it. That one doesn't look like me at all. Especially around the chest area. What the hell? Same for this one. What the hell? Too short. Okay. Yeah, why does my banana milkshake have fur in it? Okay, don't worry. I'll blend it some more. Yeah. What's up, Kim Dog? Hi. How's it going? I did love being a demon hunter, but you can't go back. Broke my warlock's legs because he can't glide. Oh. I know. Again, I've said this numerous times, so if you've missed it, I do miss the difficulty of early WoW. And I was very tempted to play a WoW Classic, but I'm just like, I got away from it, and I'm like, if I'm going to be efficient in what I got to do, then there's no way I can get back into it. I might look at Guild Wars when that comes out. The new one. Yeah, we'll see. So far, so good. Yeah, there you go. Made that warlock take up engineering. They have a steady supply of gliders. Nice. I like warlock because that was the only thing where you didn't have to buy a mount back in the day. You know, you could just summon your own horse. And I was like, oh my God, you know how much gold this is going to save me? That was the best. What? Yeah, and you had to get it at like 40 as opposed to 20 now. They just give them to you here. Yeah. They have Jimothy in Guild Wars now too? What the hell? What is it with this raccoon? Oh my God. Ryan Gosling's Ghost Rider. Nicolas Cage is Ghost Rider. We'll see how Ryan Gosling does. I would like to have more Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider, even though the second movie was not great. Was it Vengeance or whatever? That was kind of bad. What, really? A-hole? Oh no. We'll allow that because that's not even swearing. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. At least the captain of the family said his wife was the first one. Yeah. I should go back and watch the Nicolas Cage one. I don't know if it holds up because I saw it so long ago. Yeah. There's a funny story where Nicolas Cage is like, I'm never going to work out that much for a film ever again because there was that scene where he's in the mirror and you can kind of see his abs and he's like really toned and people just thought it was CGI. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, that's so sad. You know, you go through all that trouble and they're like, fake. That's probably AI. No, that's all right. I've been carrying around tires for the last 6 months just so I could look good. Yeah. But yeah, it's CGI. Everyone I heard talk about Ghost Rider said the first one sucked and the sequel is much better. Well, all right. the first one wasn't great, but it was so campy that I liked it, you know? Besides what's his name? The guy who played the devil, the Fonda guy. He was really good. I love it. I love a good seasoned, sinister presence in a film. He was very maniacal. Not like Constantine devil levels of maniacal that just makes you feel icky because the performance is so good. The second one, I don't remember. It had the dude from Highlander in it, right? Christopher Lambert or whatever. And I forget what that was even about. But I feel like the budget was nil in that. Idris Elba. What? Not my favorite, but it was okay. Yeah. Again, I went into it not expecting anything, and I kind of enjoyed the campiness. But it's one of those movies I feel like if I do go back, I'll probably enjoy it just as much because it was so off the wall. Yeah. Elba was still also in it? Huh. Yeah, it's weird. It's one of those things. You ever like watch an older movie and then you realize like some of the people in there are like really famous now, but you wouldn't even just know who the hell they were back then. And you won't even remember that they were in there. So you go back and you're like, oh my God, that was what's his face? You know? Sucker Punch made me want a lobotomy. It wasn't the Ramones, right? It was Sucker Punch. Ron B playing Danny Ketch. I don't know what part he's playing. Grew up with Batman and Robin and Batgirl. Ugh. Still never getting that Batgirl movie, huh? Warner Brothers has actually kind of been out of shape about that because nobody's letting Batgirl rest. Nobody. Like, it keeps getting brought up, and Warner Brothers is like, oh my God, just stop bringing it up. It's not coming out. People are like, you release it. Give me the Snyder cut of Batgirl. That's not even a thing. Snyder cut. There's always that person, no matter what DC comes out with, there's always going to be like, it's a Snyderverse. Bring back the Snyderverse. God, why? Do we need Ezra Miller still having work? Come on. Then to stop at what, a Killing Joke or something? What? Pissing Fire. Hated that movie. Well, go back and watch it. It might be fun. Even if you just skim it, you might be like, all right, this is so campy, it's funny. Let's get some popcorn. Yeah. It wouldn't take much effort to officially release it. No, from what I heard, it was like 90% done. They had to do some like effects or whatever, and they just shelved it for, get the write-off. A lot of people don't know Johnny Depp's first role was 14-year-old's Nightmare on Elm Street, playing Glenn Lance. Yo, yeah, I definitely know that because I'm a horror guy. Yeah, and then he went on to what, that cop show, 21 Jump Street or something like that. Yeah. And then here we are playing Ebenezer Scrooge this fall. He is, literally. There's like a trailer out for it. It's kind of weird. Ironically, he gets sucked into a bed in that. And I was like, bro, is that a callback? Because that's fucking hilarious. I was watching the trailer and I'm like, no way. They're not going to have him get sucked. There wasn't all the blood, but, it was still kind of funny. Definite callback, yeah. Waiting for Spaceballs 2. The new one. Exactly. I see if Josh Gad also co-writer. I'm hoping that's going to be good. A lot of people didn't care for, History of the World Part 2. Like, they were like, meh, So hopefully this will be good.
Did you see the SDCC vids of Johnny Depp dressed as Scrooge interacting with fans? It's funny.
No, I saw some of it in an article, not all of it. And the article was just like, I guess, we mentioned it, that the person who wrote the article must have been Team Amber Heard, because they were just going on Johnny Depp like, this is what, he used to be a star, now he's relegated to this garbage, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, have you even seen it? That's definitely, where they're coming from. And I'm just like, I can't read the rest of this article. That's silly. The search for more money. Exactly. Batman and Robin movie had a Batgirl, but she was not even in the title. Like, wow. Yeah. That was, who was that played Batgirl? Was Silverstone? I want to say Silverstone, but I don't know. Patricia Arquette's first role in Dream Warriors. That was a good movie. The director of that just died recently. It sucks. I think he was like 74 or something. Oh, speaking of which, no. Speaking of people getting older, no, you had a family relative go to the hospital for a thing. So we're just sitting there texting it. They're fine. You know, some kind of thing going on, but they're all right. Alicia Silverstone. Oh, what's Silverstone? Yeah. Again, I always get, for some reason, I get those mixed up. I don't even know which one was Val Kilmer and which one was George Clooney, but Batman and Forever was Val Kilmer, correct? I'm trying to remember this because that was the one that had Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones, Riddler, Two-Face. I'm trying to remember this because this is like that mental block. You know? I just got over remembering that, not remembering Alan Rickman. Dude, how many times, for people who've been here a long time, every time that guy from Die Hard or the guy who played Snape came up, his name, I'm like, why can't I remember this guy's fucking name? He's such a good actor. And I'm like, Richard. I was like, Rickman. Now I got that. It's in the archive. I'm not going to forget until I do. Okay. That was Val Kilmer. There you go. Nice. George Clooney was Batman and Robin. That's what you do. Remember that you don't like Robin and that you're not a big fan of George Clooney either. So he was in it. He was good in From Dusk Till Dawn. I didn't mind him in that, but he always has a particular presence that doesn't change a lot. You know, not that that's necessarily bad, but I've never went out of my way to see a George Clooney film. His best role was in Return of the Killer Tomatoes. What? Fight me. Yes, one of his early roles, you know. Also that and was it like Return to Horror High or something like that? He literally plays an actor playing a cop and then he gets another role and has to leave. So, yeah, look that up too. He was all right in that. Then I think he went on to soap operas and then whatever else he does now. Sells coffee. He's a coffee salesman right now. Speaking of which. What? One of the actors in Kong vs. Godzilla died today. She turned 18 too. Wasn't there another one that died recently? Was that today? Because I heard a story about, please let it not be a different person. Because I thought this happened like a couple of days ago, like a week ago. Chris O'Donnell, I haven't seen him much as last. Yeah, what the hell happened to Chris O'Donnell? My Brother, Where Art Thou was good. I didn't see that. Surprisingly, I didn't. That one I thought died like a week ago in Maryland. Yeah, that's the one that I thought died. Was that the one that was like 18? I mean, I just gotta wait. So yeah, that's scary. Ryan Reynolds was being sneaky around fans too. That was funny. Ryan Reynolds at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't go out of my way to see a Ryan Reynolds movie because he's kind of the same in almost every movie, but he has a sense of humor that's good when it comes to interacting with just life, which is kind of refreshing. Yeah. They lived in Maryland a long time. I know that road. Who? Don't want to go down that road. It was a week ago. The movie studio just posted about that. They just posted about it today. This happened a week ago. And what? Now that holds up production, they got to be like, oh, we're very saddened to hear that that this person died. Really? Van Wilder was his best movie. What about Waiting? I think he was in that, right? I don't know. It could have been something else. It could have been a different person. I don't even know. A week is a long time to be waiting. Holy crap. That's with Deadpool. Got him a cookbook. Deadpool has a cookbook? I feel like it's just toast and blood pressure medicines. Yeah, there's some Canadian nods to recipes. Oh, there you go. All right. Here's when I learned that James Earl Jones' father was not his brother, and not his brother. Wait, what? I didn't even know that was another person. James Earl Jones' best role was in Conan the Barbarian. I couldn't really say that with a straight face. I'm just like, yeah, Conan the Barbarian. That's his best role ever. Like, what? Darth Vader wasn't really a role. He just spoke in that. He wasn't in the suit. Yeah. Let's see. That movie was a bit true. A lot of things people want. Yeah. But it was good. But I've worked as a chef. It made me hate the food industry. Yeah. Food industry's never good. Like, there's just something wrong with it. Still love the first 2 Deadpool movies. Those were good. I like the Deadpool movie. Why did everybody not like... Okay, I wouldn't say people didn't like it, but what was wrong with Deadpool and Wolverine that people were upset about? Ryan Reynolds dressed as Deadpool and took pictures fans to a Comic-Con, but stayed silent, and no one knew it was him. Yeah, that was good. That's what I mean. It's like most actors would not do that. James Earl Jones' best role was Exorcist 2. He was in that? Exorcist 2? I saw that once a long time ago, and it was really bad. I remember 3, though, because freaking those performances in that were insanely good. Deadpool and Wolverine got annoying 10 minutes into the film? Really? It was that opening song, wasn't it? I feel like that was a bad choice, but I pushed through it. I pushed through that stupid opening song that should have just remained in the past and never been heard of from again. But then, go through that mute. Yeah, no, mute that and then get to the rest of the film. Rest of the film's all right. It's worth it. It's worth, and I got audio sensitivity issues, and I still managed to power through that god-awful song of Don't Ever Play It Again. What? If I was going to say one thing to Ryan Reynolds, I'd be like, what were you thinking? Even picking that song for the sheer irony of it is terrible. Because that is probably the worst song you could pick, even ironically. It's awful. It's awful. Was it opening a K-pop song? No, it was some boy band crap. I'm like, I can't. No, just mute it. Watch the rest of it. In sync. In sync would suck. Oh, let me get water. I should probably hydrate. I've just been drinking mushroom coffee. It's not even making me high, bro. I thought it was good. I just didn't like the song, But again, I'm very picky with music. Jones was in Doctor Strangelove. So was George C. Scott. He was really good in that, too. He was excellent in The Exorcist. Holy crap.
It's a raid. Destroy them all with kawaii hugs and treats.
Thank you. Hope you're doing well. What? Deadpool Wolverine, wasn't that funny? I wouldn't say it was hilarious, but it was pretty good. Like, if it was on in the background, it would catch my attention to watch. So, to me, that marks a film that can hold my interest enough for me to sit through. So, I got 3 kind of films. One that I don't want, films that are on that I don't even know they're on because they're so benign. But those also make me very pissed off. Go.
Sophia wave, Sophia tail.
Thank you, yo man. 9 moons. Prime sub. Yes. Stealing all the Bezos money. Nice. Thank you. Happy partner anniversary. We didn't realize till just today. What? Again, Twitch, you got to send us a notice. I didn't even get something on my dashboard that was like, "Hey, man, it's your streamer anniversary." Well, whoop! You want to tell me this before I got? Like, it's like showing up to a party And everyone's like, oh, wow, dude, oh, it's a big party. Hey. And you're like, oh, dude, what's the party for? And they're like, it's your birthday. Because then you just feel like a streamer that's got Alzheimer's. Because you're just like, oh, it's my birthday? I had no idea. What do you mean? They didn't tell me. I don't mark down dates like this. The only reason I remember the anniversary of the squirrel is because it happened the day before something really bad happened. And when you start forgetting about that, New York, then you know you got problems. New York. So, let's see. I thought Hugh Jackman, what? Nailed or mailed? Mailed in his performance? And all the Deadpools? Too much my opinion. He was downright vicious in that, dude. That exchange in the car where he's just bad mouthing Deadpool. That was a good performance. I mean, just watch that clip again and be like, all right, you know, that was pretty good. That was good. He went crazy on him. Yeah, cooking sausage and tater tots for hash for breakfast. Here's the thing, I can't cook something for breakfast. I can't cook it in advance. I don't cook in advance. I will cook to eat, and if there happens to be leftovers, that's breakfast. I can't cook in advance. I'm not that type of person. I don't have that kind of planning nor time. It's crazy. James Jones was also in Grim Prairie Tales with Brad Dourif. Brad did that one in between two Chucky films. Then he talked normal. I was like, can't be his real voice. It can't be his real voice. He's doing another Chucky movie, though. So, now Brad Dourif is like, he basically doesn't want anybody doing, he's technically retired from acting, supposedly, but he will come back and do the Chucky voice because he kind of doesn't want anybody else doing it. Hamill. What? Yeah, remember when everyone thought Mark Hamill could do no wrong? And then there was that Chucky movie? Yeah. What? Hey, as much as I like Mark Hamill, I'm not going to give him a pass blindly because he did really good vocal work beforehand. Okay? Don't touch Chuck. All right? Hamill's not Chuck. You figure he would be a good match, though. You figure Mark Hamill, because he could do the Joker so well and have a maniacal presence, he would be perfect for that. But no, it was like, this is not working for me. Yeah. It's like Robert Englund is the only Freddy. Exactly. There are just some actors that are so imbued in their role that, it's like they have this indelible association where whoever you get in there is not going to improve on it. However, a lot of people will argue that Skarsgård's Pennywise was right next to Tim Curry's. Like Skarsgård's Pennywise was crazy. That was crazy, you know. Seriously, yeah. Revoicing Chucky would be the end of my interest in the films. Yeah. So they just had that one, the one quote unquote reboot that everyone's like, no, so now they're going to get the band back together, so to speak, and do that. Justice League Earth 2, Grant Morrison, Frank Quitely, people like Quitely artwork, especially the way he draws characters' faces. I thought it looked pretty decent. Nice. There you go. Ordering comic books. I gotta go to a comic shop. That's what I gotta do. I've been in comic mode for some reason, which is why we started drawing one. And I'm just like, I want to go to a comic shop. I don't know why. I got no idea. I don't know. There's something about summer and comic books. It's like, you know what? Just get a nice, cool beverage, get some comic books and sit. Yeah. It's the equivalent of people reading at the beach, but I don't like the sand. I don't like the sun, and I don't like other people. So for me, it's just sitting on a couch with some chill beverage and a bunch of comic books. Yeah. Any prizes rolled back in what? Curse of Chucky? Yeah, it was Curse of Chucky. Oh no, I thought that was Cult of Chucky. That was Cult of Chucky. He was in that. Was he in the Chucky series? Because I literally have 3 seasons I got to watch, which is utterly sad. Yeah. But yeah, Andy ended up being in Cult of Chucky. I found some parts of that to be actually hilarious. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for the follow. Cool. Curse is where Brad Stoder came into the series. Yeah. Curse of Chucky was it was all right. I see what they were trying to do with that, but. Oh, yeah, dude. Tilly's awesome. Like, I really want them to make a good. If they're going to make like one or two more movies, I want them to be really, really good. Because all these people are getting older, so it's like, why does Tilly still look good? Like, what the hell? Like, that's insane to me, because I saw a picture of her recently.
I'm a huge Tim Curry fan. I love almost everything he's done, and I can't stand any other version of Rocky Horror besides his, but I have to admit Scott Skarsgård's Pennywise more than rivals Curry's interpretation.
There you go. Nice. What's up?
Bingo.
Dawn's here. Is that it?
No, can I turn just like...
It's already on.
Okay.
Oh, God. I got to hear printing.
Schedule for me. It's just one page.
It's going to be loud.
I need to hone in on my productivity.
All right. I'm going to have to get it for you because you're going to trip over everything.
Hi,
Print.
Dawn.
Icarus says hi. Said hello. Oh. Did we call Dawn's here? All right. Again, for what? Leaving a glass jar on top of the fridge. Go!
Card battle. La 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 la. Card battle.
David, you got to roll. Equal to or greater than 11. 7 should be all right. 19. Oh my God. Nah. Card battle. There we go. All right. Pick a number, but let's see. Did we call Spicy? Oh, no. We had to call Spicy card battle because that was earlier. So I already called that. Yeah, let me see what else we got here. Let's see. We still didn't have any dropped frames. Oh, wait. Hold on. Number 13. Something Sailor Moon happens. That's a good one because that's probably not gonna. Every time I go through the news, man, there ain't been enough stuff. Drop frames. No, that's already been called. All right, let me check my card. Got nothing. Bow. Damn it. Do. I know, 19. If we start hearing random printer noises, it's because Dawn is printing something. She's doing the equivalent of a spreadsheet for what she has to work on, but a printable one, like a little calendar to-do list of everything she's got to work on. That's the thing. It's weird. It's like, I feel like life was easier for her when she wasn't streaming. Like she would just go to work and then come home and that would be it. Yeah. Good. No, I haven't had bad coffee, but we are slowly running out, so that'll be soon. Favorite Tim roll was Clue. Clue was pretty good. Clue was pretty good. A lot of people just remember the maid from that. What counts as bad coffee? I'll let you know. I'll let you know when it happens. I'm just like, oh, it's terrible. But I keep drinking it. It's kind of like it's my equivalent of like when you go to a bar and you keep drinking the piss water that they give you. Because, you just want to kind of get drunk anyway. The rule of thumb is if you ever go to the bar, get the good stuff early on, right? So you actually taste it. And then later on, when you don't care what you're drinking, then you get the garbage. Was that their name? Madeline Kahn? God. Especially back in the day when it was released with separate endings and told no one. That was clever. For that alone, that was clever. Just having the separate endings for the movie. Nobody knew. It was Miss White. Now, then who was the maid? That everyone was like, ooh, the maid. She was very bouncy. Tadsman, hi. What's up? And there's a great French place by me. It's called a Cafe au lait. Cafe au lait. Cafe au lait. I thought Madeline Kahn was awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one that was. I got to remember. Yeah. Colleen Camp Camp as the maid? Huh. Again, I haven't seen that in a while. It's weird because there's a lot of newer movies that are coming out that I want to keep up with, but then we start talking about older movies, and I'm like, damn, I just want to go back and watch older movies. You know? Like, I'll go back and watch the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider before I even see Ryan Gosling's Ghost Rider, which probably won't come out till 2028 anyway. Khan was dressed in all black, flames shooting from their eyes and head. Is that the one? Huh. New physical music player. What? Now I can add more stuff to my collection. Physical music player. What are we talking about? We talking about CD player, digital music player. What do you got? A really great French dip. Best crepes. Crepes. It's a bit heavy in the wallet, but everything about it is great. There you go. It's always good when you find a good spot, but everything's expensive now, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, Colleen Camp. Kathleen Kirkland from Police Academy. Oh, that's the other role. Wow, was she just known for that, huh? Wow. No, because she was known for the bounciness in that, and then Police Academy, people were like, yeah, that was the very aggressive drill instructor kind of, right? Yeah, people were like, damn. Even back then. Mary Tackleberry. Oh, God. Fire Portable. Oh, yeah. Fio? F-I-I-O? Yeah, those are good. We have like one of the first gen ones from like a couple of years ago. That thing is amazing. They had so many police academies. Wasn't there like 6 of them? There could have been 8. I don't even know. I don't think I saw anything after 4. See, now that's another one of those things. I'm like, do I go back and watch Police Academy? Because the other thing we saw that was on in the background, Ruthless People with Danny DeVito. Holy shit, that was good. Dude, I forgot how good that movie. It had Judge Reinhold in it. Helen Slater, who played Supergirl, I think, right? She was also in The Legend of Billie Jean with Christian Slater, I think. There was 7. Wow. I didn't realize there was that many. Yeah, no, but Ruthless People was really good. Dude, Danny DeVito was good. Bette Midler was good in that. Dude, it was just bizarre. Plus, Bill Pullman was in that. I didn't even know. No, I saw him and I'm like, oh God, that's the guy. That's the president. That's the president from Independence Day. Remember correctly, this guy was killed by toxic clouds that gives humans power. Logan was covered in animation, which supposedly kills him. Or what's this? Oh, in the comic books? X-Men. Yeah, there was a point where it started getting weird where like Magneto was in charge and you're just like, huh? What's happening here? Didn't that happen like a while ago though? Did they just do that again? Oh, an animated series. Yeah, I still got to catch up on the animated series. But then I'm just like, Wait, for Police Academy, there was an animated series? Yeah, X-Men 97. Thoughts on Has Been Hotel, hell of a boss. I only saw like 1 or 2 episodes of each. That's the other thing I got to catch up. I got to catch up on Panty and Stocking too. They have season 2. I didn't get a chance to watch it. It's ridiculous. I was lucky I got to watch Scott Pilgrim animated series. There's a Police Academy cartoon in the 80s? I think we might have seen that on Reddit, but yeah, I'm assuming the humor wouldn't be what I would look for in a Police Academy thing, so wow. It was weird. Police Academy was one of those. Go.
Season 2 of Penny and Stocking is alright, but season 1 was better.
Yeah, I don't expect them to recapture that kind of, I guess if you want to call it magic, of that time period with, what was it, like 8 or 9 years between seasons? It was something ridiculous. You know, it's hard to do that. Yeah. Thank you. We'll see. I bet a Ghostbuster cartoon was the one with Terry the Gorilla and Come on. The one with the gorilla is the better Ghostbusters? not talking to you now. What? You're going to be that person at the convention who's like goes to the Ghostbuster table and just to be that person when you go up to Bill Murray and be like, yeah, tell me about the gorilla that you worked with. How was that? I'd be like, I didn't work with a gorilla. No. I remember the cartoon. You worked with a gorilla? Stuff like Bill Murray would be like, who is this guy? What? As far as live action, Murray and Aykroyd, yes. Oh, okay. Some of the Ghostbuster cartoons were actually pretty good. Not the one with the monkey. No, they were pretty dark considering. The one with the jack-o'-lantern guy was pretty crazy. That's some shit posted there. Yeah, probably. I'm trying to watch every cartoon that was made from the 60s onward. I think there's Looney Tunes from the 40s or whatever out there. Oh yeah, some of those are going to be a little difficult to come by because they've been, I want to say, politely archived because of content. Yeah. Getting through the Flintstones, but since it's Shark Week, I'm watching Street Sharks. Oh, that's pretty good. Yo, you got to tell Mr. Lobo to do that. Be like, yo, it's Shark Week. We're watch Street Sharks. Yeah. Oh no, that's a good idea. They're all into all retro stuff. Come on. I'm trying to think of older cartoons I would actually want to go back and watch. I do want to see Sam and Max Freelance Police again because that was just off the wall. It was so weird. Mission Hill. Just because the colors were amazing and I want to see it in HDR. God, I saw it on Reddit, which reminded me. I really want them to do like a 4K restoration of that in HDR because that'd be awesome. I kind of hate that the old cartoons are shelved. Like I get that no one couldn't be made today, but understand why. It's part of cinema history, good and bad. I mean, and considering all the artwork that was put together for those things, just throw a warning on it in the beginning like you're supposed to and move on. I also downloaded MTV's Downtown? Oh, Downtown. Oh, God, that's right. Yeah, we saw that on Reddit, and I never even knew that existed until relatively recently. Kind of want to watch a rewatched ahead. Yeah, dude, MTV's Liquid Television had some unique shit, and then they just stopped, right? Oblogs didn't age well. Yeah. Again, I haven't seen it. Birthplace of Aeon Flux. Dude, that was one of those series where it's like the art style was so interesting that, it was one of those things that were like, oh, wow, we were trying to draw that weird artsy line style. And it was so difficult to do. We did get good at it, though. So. All right, let me get some water. Boop. There's DVDs of those cartoons that had warnings. Yeah, every once in a while there's those compilations of
In other topics, summer almost over now. The fairs all come to town. Traffic go to bed bad coming home and some run into the fall, so it's the time of the summer.
Hold on. Oh, the fairs. Okay. No, that was like I'm reading it and my eyes go into a completely different sentence, and I'm like, wait, the Summer's Liquid Television remake over town? What? That's my fault. Okay. No, hearing it doesn't help when I'm trying to read along either because my brain gets fried. Thank you. What? Dude, summertime's almost over, man. We're getting there. I've seen back to school stuff already. Yes. I know if you got to go to school, it sucks, but you can always cut class. I miss when cable TV used to be creative and experimental. Dude, even the bumpers, like those little bumper animations that they had for, I think it was Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, those were very creative. Like when they used to have that Hanna-Barbera stuff they used to play in the middle of the night, they used to have these newly made bumpers and they were done really good. Look up, there was a Josie and the Pussycats one where they basically had the theme, but it was done in different styles. So they like went from one style to another style and they changed the style of the cartoon as it evolved through the years. It was done really well, for the time period. And I was like, damn, that was pretty good. Never heard of Fly Tales? Nope. Never heard of it. No remake of Liquid Television. It's called Liquid TV. Liquid TV, bro. Bum, 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 bum. Felt bad for my son. His birthday's always landed on the first day of school, so I kept shoving school supplies at him for his birthday, and he hated it. Yeah, I could see that. What? But hey, you were that person trying to make sure they had the supplies they need for an education to succeed and be a better person. There you go. It's a very obscure cartoon. Little fly with shoes. Really? Favorite Adult Swim show is Metalocalypse. Do they still do the tour every once in a while? I haven't heard anything about that in a bit. Happy birthday. Here's a bunch of binders. That would be cool if they were Trapper Keepers with the cool artwork on there. Cartoon Network Groovies. Yeah. Every so often. All right. Here you go. She-Lab 2021. You know what was cool about that time period? If you weren't around for it, this is not going to be helpful. Early stages of internet, so not everybody was on it. But it was like when you watch something on television, that was it. It was on, you were watching it, and it was there. You weren't going to go out of your way to download a bunch of videos on the internet at 56K. It would be utter hell and would take a week to download an episode of like the Flintstones or something like that. It would be ridiculous. So it was always kind of cool when you would just like sit there, you'd stay up late, you'd watch some weird reruns of bizarre cartoons on Adult Swim or whatever new crap they were pushing out. And now it's just like everything's everywhere all the time and nobody cares about it. Yeah. So I think there was that with the internet, you definitely, the always on and always available 24/7 kind of devalued the importance of content because nobody's like, well, I gotta watch this because it's on now, and as much as I'm like, all right, yeah, I don't have the time to do that. It was kind of cool. It forced you to carve out a bit of time to actually sit and watch something. Because if you weren't, doing the DVR thing or before that VHS and recording stuff off television, that's the only time you got to see it, So, I don't know. It is what it is. Space Ghost, coast to coast. Dial up a Napster, because what a gamble. Yeah, it was a gamble. That was the worst when you would download something and it wasn't even the thing that it was supposed to be. Kevin Spencer. Nope. There's a little Space Ghost. Lived in my town. Nice. Yeah, a lot of those people, man, they're just going. And there's also an issue of free time being so limited in adulthood. That's also a problem. Yeah, we've noticed that for some reason, like time now is unbelievably scarce, like free time. I'm like, where's it all going?
A couple of years ago, Death Clock toured with Baby Metal. Wish I didn't miss that concert.
Yeah. I mean, you can't go to every concert. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Yeah. I didn't get to go to that concert either. Well, I wouldn't with my ears anyway, so. Mark Croker was a shock. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Everyone's dying, man. Everyone dying. Everybody stop dying out there. Yeah. You got to be at least 80 before you die. That's it. It's a new law. All right. More coffee. Boop. Yep, keep drinking. Didn't this one just show up? Whatever. I don't know. Dare we start going through news? Yeah. Go. Hey, Slagger, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, what do we got? I'll probably try to go through. It was kind of a slow. Why is this on here? Oh, God, that's right. I didn't turn it off. I turned it off the wrong way. So now when I go back here, it's going to be on, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's turn that off here. No, if you mess with the hotkeys and you do it out of sync, then it becomes a hellscape of unhappiness. All right, what days we got? There's still a couple hours left in it, so we could celebrate Constitution Day in Moldova. Moldova? I thought that was a fictional place, like mentioned in a Marvel movie. Isn't that where Ultron started trying to build his own little thing? St. Olaf's Day, National Day. All right. And Faroe Islands? I didn't even know where those are. All right. Independence Day, Day 2. So the sequel. All right. St. Olaf's Day. National Chicken Wing Day. Bro, National Chicken Wings. Oh, but it's also National Lasagna Day. Ooh, I'm torn. All right, how about a compromise? Boneless chicken wings, which are basically just nuggets, thrown on top of his lasagna.
Moldova was mentioned in Ghostbusters 2 by Vigo.
There you go. That's what I was thinking. I knew something evil came from there. Moldova. There you go. Now it's all coming together. Thank you for that. Archie Martha Stewart remind me of when she went to jail. Mad TV did parody skit. There was just punching people over with oven mitts. Yeah, I remember seeing that. God, Mad TV was so much better than Saturday Night Live at times. Moldova. What? Carpathian Mountains? That guy? Yeah. National Lipstick Day. Lipstick's expensive. Territory Day. All right. Time to be territorial. National Anthem Day in Romania. All right. International Tiger Day. All right. Rain Day. What? International Day of Friendship. Yeah, way to rub it into everybody who's just like, you know what? I'm very asocial. So, that's tomorrow. Good. I don't got to worry about that today. I'm going to pick either chicken wings or National Lasagna Day. Why not? Vigo? I don't know. Some of those people. Whatever. Dude, Ghostbusters 2 is my least favorite Ghostbusters movie. All right, the other one doesn't count because it was utter trash. There's the H.I.O. shop, movies and such. Let's see. They're making another Jumanji. Look, there's another. Wait, what? How to make Kevin Hart even more annoying. Kevin Hart's going to be in that? Oh, God. All right, Jumanji is going to be open world. What's happening here? I'm not watching the trailer. But what do we have here? Long-time primary cast, doing double duty, switching personalities, blah, blah, blah. Next genre, wait. Oh, I see DeVito. Look, Danny DeVito. Previous 2 films have been blockbusters, grossing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's going to be another Jumanji if you care. What? I'm talking about the one that's not canon. That one. You know which one I'm talking about. That's why I don't even include it. So for me, it would be Ghostbusters 1, probably Afterlife, then 2, then maybe Frozen Empire. The other one doesn't count. Still doesn't suck? Did you watch it? No. Most people don't get past the trailer. Oh, God. I did not go into it with a good attitude either. So that was bad. Yeah, that one. That Ghostbusters. Nexus Mods wants to replace modding frustration with one-click simplicity. Please do. I don't want to go into the blah, blah, blah folder in your Steam apps and blah, 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 and then put this in here and then take this DLL file and put this over here and make sure you rewrite this thing over there so your character looks 2 feet taller. I don't want to do that. Watch it, own it. It's a good comedy Ghostbuster film. I want to take your word for it. I don't know. I know my initial watching was just a bunch of eye rolls, you know. But that's just me. What's going on here? Look, Dr. Pepper. There you go. Yeah, one of the best and worst things about PC is the support for modding, blah, blah, blah. Customized things featured following a change in leadership last year. Victor Fahlman take over the current boss of the site has planned an open letter describing the change to make a very natural way to mods to be presented. I hope so. Well, going on 25 years. Why is everything turning 25 years now? You, the squirrel, there was that other thing, you know? God. Yeah. What are you going to do? They say it's great. I don't know. Everybody has a different sense of humor, so it's fine. Foamy and Nexus mods will be aiming to make mods more accessible. Users through the... Now's the time to do it. Since everybody might already have a PC, making mods more accessible would probably be the best bet. Yeah. Pop culture hasn't changed much since 2000. I feel like it's gotten a lot worse. I feel like late 90s, early 2000s, we capped. That was it. And then it just stayed there or got worse. Like, it hasn't improved, you know? You had a handful of good movies, which, you know, special effects being okay, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Even Xbox turns 25 this year. Really? Double Fine cut 25% of its staff after separating from Xbox. No. This is weird because, you know, Xbox let a couple of companies go or studios that they had. Double Fine basically survived, but they had to cut 25% of their staff, which supposedly was 23 people. So this number looks like it's a big deal. Not that 23 people losing their job is nothing, but considering most companies lay off 500-600 people, 23 is still not great, but I thought it would be a lot more. But, you know, clickbait and all. How could they got rid of 25% of their staff? How could they do that? You know, it's like, it's 23 people. Yeah, so something like that. So essentially they're trying to just keep the studio afloat now because, and of course things had to get cut because they don't have Microsoft funding behind them. So, yeah. Now Gen Z is trying to lay claim to everything in the 90s and aughts. No one can read or do math. Yeah, you weren't even born. Go away. Nobody tries to claim anything Gen X because people would definitely call them out and tell them to shut the fuck up. You weren't there. Go to hell. Like, that's just how that goes. You know. What? At least that's what I would do. I don't know how anybody else reacts. Yeah, man, I'm totally into Nirvana. Shut up. He was dead before you were born. Fuck off. Anyway, Konami wants you to know how serious it is about Silent Hill. So it's not going to be a comedy game. Not going to be a comedy. Zombie Black Rose, thank you. Happy partner anniversary, which we didn't know about until just today. Multiple games are in the work, and Konami explain... What is it? Explained how, exactly why. Yeah, explain it. I know why. Money. Yeah. Gen X, at least a lot of the ones on the interwebs are too busy whining about being best generation. I don't think they are. Most people on the Gen X just don't want to be bothered with any of the bullshit that's going on. But hey, if asked, they'll be like, you know what? What? It's a completely different thing. It really is. Go. Thank you. No, I feel like Gen X is like one of those last group of people to actually say they had to walk to school in the rain or in the snow. Like every other time, after that, everyone either had their schools closed or they had their mom drop them off or they got bus rides. We have never had a parental unit wait for us to get picked up after school. That wasn't a thing. You walked. You walked. People are like, how could they do that? That's child endangerment. Yeah. Whatever. It's like, for the past years, okay, remakes, blah, blah, blah. Speaking of GameSpot and Media Roundtable and producer, the companies decide that a major part of the business. The main reason we decided to have multiple titles in the works, like Gamers and Works of some type, blah, 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 wanted to convey players that Konami is serious about coming back. So you're not just going to make a pachinko. Pretty good. So basically, they're serious, so they're making multiple games. They just want money. Here's the thing. They see what's going on with Resident Evil. They're like, oh, can we get some of that Resident Evil money? We got a spooky franchise. Yeah, but sir, we've been using that for pachinko games. It used to be a video game. No. Yeah, no, seriously, look into it. Thank you, Spock. What? I have books and weapons, right? Yeah, you just had a huge backpack of stuff and just poof. Slap people with it. All right. A chance to get behind the wheel of Crazy Taxi World Tour is coming. I don't know when. Just announced part of the Xbox games, June, to feature a classic song from Crazy Taxi, blah, blah, blah. It's most associated with series, Offspring's all I want. Quickly found the controller. Okay, got it. Said to use Gen AI to develop background assets. Do I care? We'll see. We'll see how they look. We'll throw me a first main line. Okay, when the hell is this coming out? Where do I get to play it? That's when the network test comes alongside. Where is it? Where? Closed network test will run September 11th through the 13th. I feel like people are going to be a little occupied, but okay. I got an anniversary there. Plus, I got to eat $25 peanut butter on stream. Yeah, so I don't know. There you go. See if you can get into it. Let me know how it is. I love Crazy Taxi. Like, I wasn't even very good at that, which is why I don't have a license. But it was a fun game, and honestly, I would just play a lot of it just to hear the music over and over again because it was fun. I miss Road Rash. Game worked me growing up. Feel like a lot of... Oh, GTA Online players in Australia can no longer gamble with fake money. What? You can't gamble with fake money in Australia. It's fake money. It's fake money. They literally have a casino in the game. No. That's going to encourage gambling. What? Oh, God. Australia. Grand Theft Auto Online players in Australia are no longer able to gamble in the game's Diamond Casino after Rockstar Games appear to have blocked access in the wake of the Australian government's crackdown on online gambling. My dudes, this isn't even real money. Okay, come on. Australian players have begun to report the change on Reddit via Vice as they are no longer able to participate in various casino games like 3-card poker, blackjack, roulette, and slots. That were added to GTA Online way back in 2019. Okay, blah, blah, blah. While players can technically buy the casino chips with real money via microtransaction, there is no way to convert said chips to real-world cash. Players can't even spin Lucky Wheel, a feature that doesn't use chips and simply gives player free rewards like cars, clothes, and other items. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. Australia, here's the weird thing. Out of all the countries out there, I figured you would be one of the progressive ones. This is absolutely stupid on an astounding level of what the fuck is wrong with you. Okay? And GTA, Rockstar, is on my shit list right now because I keep having account issues with them. So I'm not even defending them. Fuck them. However, in the real world, how things go, who are you stopping? What are you... Oh, people are going to have a gambling addiction. They're going to find something out there. They can play dice. They can play craps. They can play Pokemon cards, dude. Loot boxes are gambling with real money. Yeah, 2 words. Control yourself. Like, that's it. Again, I say this all the time, every week. I am sick and tired of all the fun being removed from society to spare 1 or 2 people that have no self-control and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. We've already gone through prohibition, okay? People are getting drunk, alcohol, blah, blah, blah. Ban all the alcohol. They're just going to find other ways to do it if they really want to. Like, and the thing is, it's like people are just so on board with this. They love having these little bits of freedom and joy taken away from them merely to save the children, protect the people that have already imbued addiction issues and stuff like that. If you have an addiction issue, guess what? There's plenty of places that you can go to find help, okay? You shouldn't really be GTA. If anything, I feel like that would be a good way for them to wean off of gambling. They still get the thrill of the win, but they're not spending real money if they don't have to. It's stupid. It's stupid. Again, I'm tired of mature society having to dumb everything down for the Neanderthalic morons who are dragging their knuckles and don't have any self-control. It's getting ever so tedious. enjoyment of life is becoming increasingly more difficult because everyone's got to have a safeguarding guardrail. It's happening to the internet. It's happening to everything. Everything's got to be baby-proofed. Why? Anybody give me a good reason. Give me a good reason. Why does everything have to be baby-proofed in this world? Ads are going to run, so I can't do anything about it. Remember when they made Pokemon Gambling 12 plus? What? Making game free, cut the game corners from every Pokemon game. It's kind of weird, right? Can't force people with poor impulses to control, drop their bad habits. That's the thing. Here's the thing. Go.
Party had happy partner anniversary.
Go to the wave. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Gutter 36K to love. Gutter 36K to love.
Thank you. I appreciate. Right. Again, we didn't know until we just started streaming. Thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, okay, for us, here's the thing. IRL. This one had overeating issues. You would constantly eat. When you're stressed, you eat. When you're sad, you eat. When you overeat and you feel bad about overeating, you would overeat. You know, vicious cycle. You know, basically, remember that monologue fat bastard had in the Austin Powers movies? Yeah, you. Should, like, what are we going to do? Start banning bakeries because this guy can't control himself because he sees a cupcake? Like, what the fuck? You know, that is stupid. And you got it under control, thankfully, or you'd be dead. But, like, what do you do with that? We're going to get to that point. Well, we can't have healthy foods now. We can't have cupcakes and treats and stuff like that. You know, because we have to think of the person that may have, you know, bad impulses. So, again, we understand certain forms of addiction, whether it's food, stuff like that. But it's up to the individual to address that issue, and whether they need help or not, seek it out. But I don't think the rest of the world needs to suffer for it. You know, like it's kind of ridiculous. We have to drink milk because the babies can't eat steak. What? Can't remember who said that, but it applies. What? I like fantasy gambling, but no one ever does it right, really. I would enjoy gambling if it didn't require real money. That's the thing. I value money, and whatever I earn, I'm just holding on to it for dear life. I'm not going to throw it away in a card game. Are you absolutely nuts? God. You can still gamble with real money in Australia, but not with fake money in a game. Wait, you can still gamble in Australia. You can gamble in Australia, but isn't GTA banned in Australia because of drug use and stuff like that? Or did they rip all that stuff out too? My God, just imagine being the one country in the world that has the neutered version of GTA. Did they just remove Trevor altogether? Like, I mean, oh God. Can't even watch corn. What? Corn? Corn. Oh, okay. The other thing in Florida. Without an ID. Really? That's very unlike Cornhub to pull out. No, that's kind of weird. That's one of those sites people are generally not going to want to give their IDs to. But GTA and not Saints Row? I guess. I don't know. Yeah, where for them to go after Final Fantasy because of what, the Golden Saucer Casino stuff. They probably will. You know? But I just find it it's ridiculous. Australia, can you be better? You know, you're supposed to be that civilized country, you know, the Western civilized country. Are you having too many people infect your area and changing your rules here? You know? What's going on there? All right. BioWare lost the knowledge. Here we go. Another bunch of clowns. BioWare lost the knowledge needed to remaster Dragon Age, former producer says. Don't hold your breath for a Legendary Edition, a remastered. How do you do this? This was the problem with Witcher and a couple of the other games that they're trying to remake now, is they literally do not have the knowledge on how to remake these games. Nobody archived anything. Nobody cared. And hey, game developers and publishers out there, you know how we all want you to preserve games? It's because of this. Because now you got to hope that there's some dude out there that can slap this together and make a Dragon Age remaster. Like, oh, we don't know how we made this game. How do you not know how you made a game? Just most extreme cases to get legal wedge in and then wreck everything with scope. Anybody at studio bother to preserve the project files? I guess not. Just as bad as the UK banning tobacco. Yeah, like nobody's going to be able to get tobacco anywhere. What? No, it's getting ridiculous, and I've noticed this has been happening in the EU a lot lately, where a lot of things are getting banned that were perfectly fine. Smoking, it's not a healthy thing to do. I wouldn't ban it. Same thing with alcohol. Same thing with gambling. I wouldn't start banning things under the guise of protecting society. You know? Hey, you really want to protect society? You know the criminals that you keep letting out? How about not doing that? Look up stories. I'm not going to get into it, but holy crap. Let's make sure nobody gambles, but the person who killed 3 people, let's make sure they get a fair shake and get back out there. I just will go crazy lengths to get their next hit. Yeah. All it means is the British mafia family is about to make quite a bit of money. There you go. You know, you're just going to have a black market. But yeah, so basically nobody knows how to make a game anymore. So don't expect a good Dragon Age game anytime soon. Stop thinking about the children. Yeah, I think about children not ruining my fun. A cyberpunk spin-off brawler might be happening at Way Forward. The developer is known for Shantae. The Shantae series? Yeah. So they want to do a kind of brawler game for Cyberpunk from Edge Runners. It's kind of an odd spin-off. I don't know if that would even be... Why would you do that? Just play Cyberpunk. You know? I don't know. No, Way Forward makes good games. Like, their games are usually pretty good. They usually have that nice retro quality to it. They're pretty solid most of the time. Hopefully it'll be good, but, you know, they did River City Girls, too. So, on CD Projekt Red continues working on Cyberpunk 2. There's going to be another one. The company could have a spin-off title. The tide feds over in the meantime. Oh, God. How long is it going to take for Cyberpunk 2? We're going to be waiting like 15 years? Yeah. Related to Netflix series, Cyberpunk Edge Runner status as a spin-off. Game's Forward is unclear. So basically, nobody knows. It's just rumors. So, what? Bottle of cold brew, the white mocha, eggs and sausage. Oh my God, you got everything. Microsoft's chaotic server outage down to a single service failure. Microsoft, you guys are just what? Got a reader mode? Good. Microsoft's chaotic server outage was down to a single service failure. This week got off to a rocky start at Xbox, as it always does. Saw players across the world unable to sign in, make purchases, or access their games for several hours. Those issues have since been fixed. And in candid post online, Xbox Chief Technology Officer Scott Van Villette spoke about what exactly happened to the Xbox network, how it was fixed, and what Microsoft will be doing to enhance its response times in the future. Running full post-incident review, blah, 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 words, root cause behind the incident. Okay. Let's see if I've explained. A licensing service that operates outside of Xbox began to fail, leading to the various problems that impacted not only console user base, but also publishing and store partners who rely on the same service. To fix this, Microsoft engineers isolated the failing infrastructure, redirected traffic, and continued work towards discovering the root behind the thing. Because the service was restored unevenly across regions. Oh, God. Resulted in several hours. Why is there third-party stuff involved? You're Microsoft. If you don't have the technology, why are you... Oh, God. That's what I'm saying. It is astounding for a company this size, the incompetence. God. You know, it's dude, they just one thing after another, whether it's raising the price of Game Pass, laying off all these studios that they overbought, raising the prices of consoles, which we have an article about again. Like, this is ridiculous. The outage was short-lived. Yeah, not for that long. Been sobering reminder of the inherent risk of an all-digital gaming future, with Sony planning to kill off game disc. You ain't never getting away from it. While also suffering an outage, yes, Sony, last week. And more recent releases having minimal data written onto physical media that could be a glimpse as to just how fragile these systems will be in the future. Just buy stuff off of GOG, all right? And just get the installers. They're yours. Good. The whole world could blow up. You still got your installers. Oh, God. Do not sell my personal information. That should be a given. So, yeah, Xbox and PlayStation, apparently their infrastructure is awful. So, Katy Perry trapped in a large plastic bottle during recent concert. I opened this and I haven't seen a picture, so you ready for the reveal of Perry in a bottle? Why? This is for a concert? Yo, I gotta tell you, if I'm going to a concert and the musician is trapped inside of a recyclable, unless it's Weird Al and there's a song about it, I want my money back. Unless the crowd actually is able to lift this up and put it in one of those recycling machines. Don't even empty it. Just let it. Shh. Are you guys kidding me? The cap. How do we open the cap? I didn't think about that. How much oxygen is that in there? Are they still alive? Katy Perry's only got 25 minutes to live. We got to find somebody who has big enough hands to unscrew come on, dude. This can't even be real. No, it is. Look, they're stuck in a bottle. Okay. The video is probably going to be an issue, but this is what's happening with the state of music. This is why I listen to more AI music than real music now. Because you know what? AI hasn't been trapped in a bottle. It doesn't show up on stage and is just like, oh, everyone, look, I'm trapped in a bottle. Help. Yeah, are there holes in that thing? At least not in a jar, right? God, what a world. All right, Microsoft Word now contains ads to supercharge your AI experience, even if you pay for it. Your $130 Microsoft 365 subscription now contains asking you to please upgrade to Microsoft 365 Premium so that you can use exclusive Copilot features. Hi there, looks like you're not trying to supercharge your AI experience. Clippy, I will murder you. Like, does anybody even use this anymore? I mean, I don't, but I don't do any document things. Microsoft, in all its wisdom, has decided to start harassing its Microsoft 365 subscribers who already pay roughly $130. Really? $130 a year? For either the Microsoft 365 Personal or Microsoft 365 Family Plan subscriptions with intrusive adverts that beg them to supercharge their AI experience. Oh, God. The adverts in question come in many forms, but the main one that's upsetting subscribers is the huge supercharge your AI experience ad that pops up when you open up a document. Limited time offer, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, there it is. So now you're getting ads and stuff that you've paid for. Yeah, it's like Amazon Prime and Netflix and everything else now. Remember when it was free? No ads? Well, when you paid for it, it was no ads. I'm not even worried about the free tier, ad-supported tier. I'm fine with that. But if you're paying for it, should be no ads. You know, this is like where a certain generations have cutoff points, where older people are like, yeah, I'm good. Like at a certain point, that's that thing where, you know, when like old people don't understand what's happening in the world, is because crap like this keeps happening. Everything's behind a paywall. Everything's behind a subscription, and everybody's on a limited budget. Microsoft, do you think anybody gives a fucking flying crap about Word for $130 a month and then wants to get ads? You're not Hulu. You're not Disney Plus. Stop it. God. Son of a bitch. Apparently, they were making an OpenAI failing, banking up and buying up the information from them. OpenAI kept going. So they basically sat and became, further behind the race. Don't you hate when that happens? God. All right. Jared Leto's in hot water again. Accused by multiple people for harassment in a new documentary. This guy, not only does he destroy box office, but allegedly they have issues. Is this guy BBC documentary called Jared Leto, Hollywood's Dark Secret? It's weird because, all this stuff aside, right? But keeping it in mind as well. This guy supposedly had accusations, allegedly, for the last decade. That's according to this, it stems back a decade, right? Look, spanned from 2006 to 2016. Okay? Allegedly. So now, you know how everybody canceled everybody else in Hollywood so quickly? So quickly. Anytime even somebody made a single accusation. Single. And even though they went through court and might have gotten, the innocence bestowed upon them. Kevin Spacey, right? That guy's basically broke now because he had to spend so much money defending himself. What was the other guy? Chris Hardwick, the guy who was on TV for a while. He had an issue, and then it turned out to not be true. Who was the other guy? I mean, it was probably a lot. Oh, Johnny Depp, of course. Everybody knows that. They were accused of something and basically were blacklisted from everything. This guy, since 2002, because here's the thing. Whether it's true or not, let the courts decide. That's not on me. I would love some consistency, though. At least Masters of the Universe was a decent film for once. Yeah, but nobody went to see it. I don't know whether the internet just badmouthed it this whole time, and it's about people who saw it said it was all right. Yeah. Oh, the Shia LaBeouf guy? Yeah. The dude who played Spider-Man. Not the Spider-Man. He played Green Goblin's kid. Little baby goblin. You gonna cry? That guy. Who was his name? Yeah, that one. That guy. No, not William Dafoe. The one that played his kid. That one. Anybody remember his name? I don't. But he was accused of something, and then just nobody touched him for years. Michael Jackson cleared completely years after his death, of course. James Franco, thank you. That was the other one that was allegedly accused. Justin Roiland. Apparently nobody said anything about Roiland either. The guy who did Rick and Morty. There was just accusations, turned out to not be true. I think that happened with Marilyn Manson as well. So all these people were accused, exonerated, and then still nobody wants to talk to them. However, yeah, that guy too. That's the weird thing. There's been no consistency about this, and I mean, this could just be all clickbait garbage or whatever. I mean, who knows? A third. So there's a third person, blah, blah, blah. Let's say but that's weird. They were in so many movies, and granted, the movies didn't do well, but where's the consistency? Even Jonathan Majors, the guy who played Kang in the Marvel movies, and Loki series, he had a domestic dispute with their future wife. Apparently, they were dropped everywhere, just gone. This guy keeps getting films. So, again, I don't know if any of this is true. This is all alleged stuff. There's a documentary coming out. There must be enough to make a documentary about it, apparently. But they still get They still get parts. I think they have other parts coming up. Why? And again, I'm the innocent and proof until proven guilty kind of thing. So I don't think, hold on. I definitely don't think everybody should be like blacklisted from everything if they're accused of something. I would say put them on hiatus in a little box. Wait until things settle and figured out. And basically, if they're, even James Gunn. James Gunn had an issue too. I don't know what they were thing, but nobody wanted to work with them for a while. But I would say just put them in a little box, keep them off to the side. But as soon as they're either found guilty or innocent, you bring them back in and you push that. You'd be like, look, and I know no PR people don't want to handle that and don't want to actually do the right thing. But I would flat out be like, look, they were accused of something and in a court of law, they went through blah, blah, blah. They are legally exonerated and therefore are not at fault. They're not wrong, blah, blah, blah. And we cannot ostracize this person merely because of that. But society just loves having their people to crucify every once in a while. So it's kind of weird, you know? Johnson working with Ben Shapiro to make that stupid upcoming propaganda film. Propaganda? Well, I don't know. What do you mean by propaganda? Do we even do that anymore? That issue with James Gunn was due to old tweets and a push from some, or going to get him fired. I don't know. Like, I didn't look into it because I was like, James Gunn, what's going on here? But I mean, if it wasn't for all the actors backing him, he probably wouldn't have done Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because they kind of knew him on a almost personal level. And they were like, come on, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Ben Daily Wire is still a thing. I don't know. Oh, I tell you what it is, but it's political. All right, I'll look it up later. Don't want to get into that. It's a weird, the inconsistencies of who gets canceled and who doesn't is astounding to me. Same thing with Ezra Miller. They had a lot of problems, but they kept getting parts. Yeah. All right. HBO was getting down in the slop with everyone else. What is that? The premier TV entertainment customer is embracing short-form junk. No, not for short-form junk. Didn't Quibi try to do that? It didn't work. HBO is one of the last brands standing in quality TV entertainment. Nobody bats 1,000, but HBO misses less often than most. But it hears the barbarians at the gate, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and its response, like so many of its competitors, has been to announce a new short-form vertical video feed. Oh my God. Holy shit. Merely because people couldn't fucking turn their phones sideways because they're fucking morons. Turn your phone sideways. It's called HBO Max Shorts. It'll live behind a little icon on the home screen and be populated with clips from the HBO library. So basically they're making TikToks of everything that everybody's already made TikToks from. Which means, throwing it out there right now, guys, if you are a content creator, and I use that term loosely, if you're using a lot of HBO clips, there's going to be some problems. Because once they start doing that thing and start putting them out everywhere else, guess who they're coming after? With DMCAs and takedown notices and all that fun stuff. Never build your platform on somebody else's work, okay? Because they're going to catch up eventually and they're going to come after you. Oh, God. The clips for this feature are powered by an AI tool built in-house, which helps human editors select and verticalize content by using machine learning algorithm that utilizes scene-level metadata to comb through thousands of hours of titles and suggest the most compelling high-impact. I actually need this, honestly. I need an AI tool that can just go through all my VODs and make clips. I would love this. I can't rely on Gutter to be making all the good clips. Thank you again. But they do a lot of clips, and most of them are really good. Let's see. So basically, they're using an AI-generated thing to make TikToks out of all their content. Home box office? Is that what it meant? Oh, I don't know. Whew. I don't know, man. Not cool, bro. Not cool. But we'll see what happens. Again, I don't even mind them using AI to make clips and stuff like that. I was hoping maybe new original content, but no, we got to see Sopranos and clips from Tales from the Crypt. Oh, here we go. Look at this. EA CEO and other execs rake in massive bonuses despite recent layoffs. Look at this. The CEO of Electronic Arts received a bonus of $38.7 million. A bonus. That's not even their salary. That's their bonus. I think I've gotten a Christmas bonus once while working, and it was like $100. Okay? For the 2026 financial year, while other executives also took home significant bonuses despite recent layoffs. Electronic Arts recently conducted a third round of layoffs, during which an undisclosed number of employees in non-development roles were let go from teams based in the USA and Hyderabad, India. Hyderabad? I wanted to say Hyperbad, India. Like, this is the worst part of India you can go to. I noticed dyslexia, but it's Hyderabad. I was going to say Hyperbad. See, dyslexia can be fun. Right? Screw AAA game companies, right? It's going out of control since COVID. I think supposedly they laid off collectively in 2026. I want to say like 500 people. I don't know if they actually have an actual number here. There might have been another article that has that in there. So let's see. Reported in the last executive bonuses for EA as detailed in the company's new 10K report. The report reveals that CEO Andrew Wilson, Mr. Wilson, receiving a total compensation of just say $39 million, which includes stock awards and bonus payments. Other executives also received significant bonuses, including CFO Stuart Canfield, who received $11 million, President Laura Miele, who also received $13 million, and Chief People Officer, which sounds made up, Mala Singh. What the hell is a Chief People Officer? What is a people officer? That's not even a title. Come on. Anyway, they got basically $8 million. And the chief legal officer, okay, legal officer, that's a big thing, $8 million. Ah, God. Are they kidding me? All this money could have kept all those people employed. No, but I guess somebody needs a fourth yacht. Xbox confirms Gamescom 2026 presence and playable game lineup. I can picture Xbox now in a little corner booth. Hey, guys, we're at Gamescom. We're over here. Come to our booth. Gamescom. Oh, God. What's going on at Gamescom 2026, the last major gaming showcase of the summer, and the changes within the company, blah, blah, blah. I don't care, blah, blah, blah. I don't have an Xbox anymore. Basically, they're going to have Gears of War, play Minecraft Dungeons 2, don't care, for the first time, blah, blah, blah. Fable will have a live demo. Stranger Than Heaven for their first time. We did a live demo of that. Get hands-on Metro. I'm not going to this place. Who cares? Come on. Show me Blade Xbox. No, that's going to be canceled. Oop. State of play. SSD prices 1 year into the AI component crisis. 220% price increases are crippling the do-it-yourself market. Yeah, remember when you could save money by doing it yourself? That's not the case anymore. Nope. No saving money. Solid state storage is a solid mess. I made that up myself. I'm Mr. Warwick. Okay. Let's see. Following our brief tour to state of RAM pricing in 2026, blah, blah. SSDs are going up. RAM is going up. As you can imagine, SSD market decidedly more complex and fragile than the RAM market. Okay. I'm literally going to have to go to spinning discs. Yeah, I'm going to be waiting all day for something to load. 12 months on. It's been a year. Look, discounted by 30. Okay. And oh my God. As we did with RAM with the Fables 20, blah, 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 blah. Samsung 99 Evo plus 2 terabyte solid state drive. Deal at the time was a hefty discount, bringing the price to, wow, $113 for a 2 terabyte? Oh my God, down from $176. The same drive is on sale right now, but discounted by 36%. $363. $363 for something that was $113 on sale. Oh my God. Oh my God. The list price of that drive is $579 for 2 terabytes. And the highest actual price we've seen on it is $465 in May, which contradicts what you just said, $579. More than 4 times what it cost a year ago. Holy crap, dude. SSD price got 300% in Japan, bringing 8 terabyte Samsung 910 drive to an eye-watering 3,000. God. I was excited when they were starting to work on 8 terabyte solid-state drives because I'm like, oh my God, we're almost there. And I was like, I could put all my music and my backup movies and all that other stuff on one singular hard drive for easy access on a home network that I will never be able to do now. Famously, buying a 4 terabyte could net you M2 storage of your PC for as little as 5 cents per gigabyte just over a year ago. Oh my God. You imagine if you had the forethought to just buy a bunch of these? Can you imagine how much money you would make right now? UD90 cost of 29 respectively. God, that's just so crazy. Oof. Oof. What? Oh no, sad and no less pain. 2 terabyte drive was once just $80 and no more than $150 a year ago. Now Amazon is selling it discounted by 62% at $399. Wait, for really? God. Oh my God, dude, I'm go. Oh, give it a year. No, the problem is, no, somebody basically said, you ain't going to see price drops if you're lucky till 2030. That's the problem. 3 years ago, I bought 4 terabyte, $220. At the same time, I bought 1 terabyte for $71, and then another 2 terabyte for $116. God, I hope those go forever. I really do. I feel like I should turn off my computer right now. I'm using the hard drive. Dude, this is crazy. You know, I don't know how people are going to be able to do anything. I don't think anyone would have thought to buy those because RAM and SSDs are unsexy. Oh, they sexy now. They're like high-end sexiness. Now you can impress a girl by saying, guess how much RAM I got in my PC, and they'll be like, what? Be like, I got 32 gigs, and they'll be like, what? Oh man. Gorgeous retro anime style co-op adventure orbitals, which we covered before. Orbitals, right? This is a Switch game, so if you do have a friend, I don't. It's a co-op adventure. Orbitals will have a free friend pass at launch, so only one half of your duo needs to buy the game. This I thought was interesting because it got a very retro anime style, which we talked about. It is a co-op game, so that leaves me out of this because I don't do co-op because I don't have time for co-op and I got other games to play. So if you do have an interest in this, bro, if you buy the game, somebody else gets a pass to play with you. So that's kind of cool. And devs, good job. I think that's cool. A lot of people don't do that now. You know, it's just like them and the people who did It Takes Two, whoever they are. Yeah. Not only that, but the 28 gigabytes came down with what? 3 pounds. Wow. China's flooding the SSD market. Can already get a bunch of 128 gigabytes for what? How? Are they any good? And I would be kind of skeptical. I'm always worried about like knockoff versions. Teachers, I do not have the wherewithal to deal with that. Oh, look at this. Look at this. EPA says power for data centers can sidestep pollution laws. Crazy, right? Isn't that weird? So the crux of it, power sources providing electricity only to data centers and not public grid may not be subject to federal pollution laws. We were doing so well. And hey, I like AI, but you know what? It should be run by the same rules as everything else. U.S. Environmental Protection Agency said on Monday, the EPA said if the power plants are not supplying electricity to the grid, then they would not be subject to the Federal Clean Air Act's acid rain program, which has been key to the dramatic reduction of smog and soot pollution in industrial facilities. Isn't this how, like, oh God. Yeah, at least AI can still be funny. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm not worried about if they do a sustainable energy. However, I forget who was it Meta? I don't know if it's true. They were going to do essentially a gas-powered AI data center. Gas-powered? Guys. Pews, thank you. Happy party anniversary. There you go. I do look a little famished. I should have a snack. I ate hummus and yogurt today. I didn't even have time to eat them separately. I just mixed them together. Chocolate hummus. Chocolate hummus and vanilla yogurt. Mix it up. Yeah, gas powered, right? Somebody out back is going to be trying to start the generator. You know, that kind of thing. And you can be like, oh, God. That's not good. Now, people are going to... Microsoft is supposed to be trying to open up a nuclear reactor for it. Like, this is getting crazy. So... You know, isn't it weird that everybody else has got to go by these rules, yet whatever happened to nobody's above the law, right? Still waiting for people to be prosecuted. Let's see. Hey, New York finalized Safe for Kids Act. Okay, essentially, hey, thank you for the follow. Over. Hi. Look, they finalized regulations for the Safe for Kids Act, which prohibits tech companies from providing algorithm-driven content and late-night notifications to minors without parental consent. They had to do that. Keeping kids safe online. In other words, destroy all fun so people don't have to be parents. Yeah, there's going to be one day, and you'll know the day that happens, where my vocalizations on particular matters are going to be astoundingly grotesque on every sort of level. However, not today. This might not end up going well. Well, here's the thing. I could understand not having notifications late at night and not targeting ads towards kids. I'm fine with that. YouTube does that. Literally. So why this has got to be a law, I don't know. However, notifications at night, parents, do you know not how to work a phone? Hello? Focus mode. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Just make being a kid online illegal seems like that would solve everything. Yeah, but then who are you going to hold accountable? If a kid can't be online, yet they're online, who do you hold accountable? Do you hold the parents? Do you hold the ISPs? What is it? What do you do? What if the parent wants their kid on there to learn, you know? Like, it's a sticky mess. And they're like, well, we're going to do ID, you know? And now we're doing that. Digital ID, all that fun stuff. Parents, too bad, illegal, right? All right, full school day cell phone bans are more popular than ever. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine how popular not having your kid glued to a phone and actually having them learn in school would be. Macabre Cat 1, nice. The thing is, there was another article that we just read that all these technology first schools, where they just basically shove the Chromebook in everybody's face, are now starting to take those bits of technology away, because apparently we have a nice swath of data saying it is making education worse and it's making kids dumber. However, as much as I'm a big fan of accountability. So now, whoever came up with this tech in school thing, since we've already pushed out a generation of idiots, who's held accountable there? We literally have a generation of idiots. Statistically, there is data saying they are, yes, the dumbest generation. The dumbest. Dumbest. That's not me being a critical, quote unquote, old person who's like, these kids are just stupid. No, we actually have actual data. Math, which I know you didn't learn in school, but and if I was a kid, I'd be pissed. I've said this before. If I was a kid and I was pissed, I would literally sue the school system for making me stupid. So for those who don't know, the backstory is there's standardized tests. Every year, the next generation does better on standardized tests than the previous one, except this one. This is the first generation in decades that has scored worse significantly on standardized tests. So, Vingarius, thank you. I appreciate. Happy partner anniversary. Twitch, where's my partner bonus? Like they do at EA. Where's my $36 million in stock options? No. I noticed YouTube didn't give me a bonus for being on there for 17 years. They just sent me a little icon. They literally sent me a JPEG. All right, it was a GIF. It was animated. It had a little hat on it and little confetti. Okay, so that was nice of them. It's the thought that counts, I suppose. Wouldn't you figure that places like YouTube or whatever would actually give you a bonus? Like, yo, if I worked at YouTube and there was a content creator on there for 10 or more years, I'd be like, yo, we got to hook them up with something. You know? Even a couple of $100, $1,000 bonus, something. I'm not saying you got to do it every year, maybe every 5 years. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. I don't know, but whatever. Boop, boop, boop. New York social media uses face age authentication requirement starting in January. Here we go. Let's see. New Yorkers will need to prove they're adults before continuing to scroll through their social media feeds starting this January. New York, what the fuck happened to you? Well, I know what happened. Apps are barred from sending notifications to minors between midnight and 6 a.m., which you can already tell your phone to do that. I guess everyone was too stupid to use a phone, so we needed to make a law. Children will also be restricted from viewing feeds that are based on a user's previous likes or engagement. Then how am I going to cultivate my own algorithm? Democratic governor said on, what do you call it? Are addictive. Yeah, they're addictive.
Let's freaking go.
Got a card battle. All right. Adam, you got a roll. Equal to or greater than 11. Good. Can you do it? Look at all these servers. Do you realize how much RAM I have? Yes, they're all SSDs. You are impressed. Bump, bump. 6. No. No, you did not have enough RAM. Damn it. I was hoping you'd take down that smug bastard with all his RAM and solid state drives. Hey, I'm tired of the what? All right, here's a weird thing. I don't know if the algorithm is technically considered addictive. I'm gonna throw it out here right now. My brain is wired weird. I've scrolled through mindlessly, but I can't. I can put down my phone and not automatically reach for it, like every 5 minutes. Oh God, I gotta. Yeah. So I don't know if it's considered addictive by my standards. Everybody else, I don't know. Go seek help. God, here's a weird thing about this. When everybody starts labeling something as addictive, inevitably they're going to come up with some kind of pharmaceutical to give you so you don't doom scroll. This is what always worries about me. Everything's an addiction. Everything. Everything. And there's going to be somebody who comes up with a breakthrough medicine that helps you put down your phone.
Speaking of which, I have not checked my phone in the last 5 seconds. Thanks for the reminder.
There you go.
LOL.
Timmy, come on, check your phone. Notifications. There could be an alert. Fear of missing out. The FOMO, dude. Still relatively easy to determine whether an internet user is over. Thank you. 18 said, chief operator also would verifying which offers age verification services. His company does so by scanning someone's face or simply taking in their email address. Oh, they got an AOL email address. They must be old. It's got nothing to do with an email account or your emails, he explained, but it can analyze where that email address was previously used. So it could be compared on a database where there are mortgage providers or credit card companies or utility providers that can build an age profile or a minimum estimate of age user. Weird, right? It's like they would use your email to basically look at everything that you do and create an age profile. Strange that they would need to do that, for the children. Come on. Like, this is stupid. Good way to tell if somebody's addicted to the phone is ask them to turn it off for 10 plus minutes without interacting. There are a lot of people who have anxiety attacks from that. Yeah, well, then they got to figure it out. I am a callous motherfucker when it comes to certain things because we have had a very difficult upbringing where...
Does my Prodigy Online email give me a free pass to access anything? Even the extreme stuff?
No, you got to log on with Netscape Navigator. That'll prove who you are. Yeah. Thank you. No, I am very callous with certain things like that where I'm just like, I don't have the time, patience, or emotional bandwidth to deal with that kind of stuff. Where, somebody's like, they say somebody's addicted to it. Great. Go seek help. I can't sit there and talk about it. I can't sit there. We shouldn't be baby-proofing the world because people have issues. I loathe every aspect of that, whether it's gambling, going online, addiction to A, B, C, D, or whatever. Okay. And literally, I'm gonna tell you a story. You want to hear a story, chat? Okay. The reason why I'm so callous is because we had a relative that was hitting the bottle a little bit too much. They were abusive, obnoxious, blah, 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 blah. So much so that everybody literally cut them out. They never sought help, never wanted to fix themselves. They just wanted to drain the lives and, energy of everybody around them. So basically the rest of the family was like, nope, don't talk to me. Get the hell away from me. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. The moral of the story is the guy died on the street as a bum. Okay? Right? So, the thing is, there is no way any family, and, again, we are very callous. You can give people as many chances as you possibly can, but there are some people, this one in particular, again, let's underline abusive. Okay, underline it a couple of times. Keep going. Yeah. That kind of thing. So everybody cut them out like a fucking cancer, right? So again, you can help people, but you got to have a cutoff point yourself. You cannot let the rest of your life become a toxic environment of just being weighed down by somebody who will never change. If they make progress, yo, I'm all there for it, right? I'm kind of a 3 strikes person, right? But we would have to see progress. We would have to see progress, regardless of addiction. You know, I could see them messing up. Oh, man, you know, I went back and, you know, I had a drink, blah, 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 and then I got messed up. All right, bro, don't do it again. You know, that kind of thing. Then it happens again and again, and there's car accidents, there's all this other crap. And guess who they're going to keep calling? I'm sure there's somebody out there who's either watching the video or here or now. You were the person they kept calling all the time, no matter what was. And as angry as you got or as supportive as you could be, they never changed. They never changed. And there are some people wired that way. They'll oh yeah, I'll fix it. Yeah, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Again, for people out there watching this who's like, well, that's messed up, bro. Let's keep underlining abusive. I haven't stopped. We're still underlining that. I'm not going to get into detail. So there is that. You got to have a cutoff point for your whole life. Life is short. Don't have somebody else rooting for you. Okay. Just that's the moral of the story. Yeah, this person was a particular level of manipulative gutter trash. I guess that's a good word for it. I don't even know how to describe them, but I have never come across a person that I have just had a total disdain for on every level, like on a molecular level. Again, keep underlining abusive. Keep going. Keeps going. That kind of thing. So, you know, cruel, maybe, but God, I got to tell you, the entirety of the rest of the family, and it was a large family. It was like everybody had to get on board with this. And the holdouts eventually came around and they're like, this guy just never changed. Like, even at the end, went to the funeral and everything, and people were just shaking their head. This guy never changed. Never. So if you are a person addicted to something, you got to make the effort, right? And I want you to make the effort, and I want people to live their best life, get over whatever chains that are bogging them down and stuff like that. But it shouldn't. I think this was going on for like 30 years. It was like 30 years people were trying to, you know, help this person. What do you do with that? 30 years of your life is now, okay, unless you're on a hotline or something and that's your job. But 30 years of your life just having this one person just be this cancerous soul-sucking prick that is, I don't know, stealing from you, being abusive, wrecking cars and stuff. Like, what do you do with that? But I should have never picked up vaping. Yeah, but you can stop. It's not going to be easy. Nothing's going to be, no, like literally nothing's going to be easy, you know, especially trying to do stuff. Again, we had to do he had to do the food thing. I know it's different, but there is an addictive quality to food. It does set off those dopamine things and all that other stuff. And it was at a certain point, you went to the doctor and the guy's like, look, you will fucking die. It was that blunt. And that was kind of like our wake up call. It's like we had to do stuff, lose weight and all this other stuff. Dude, as an animator, you don't move a lot, you know? But you didn't want to be a hindrance to anybody in your family. You weren't going to be that, you know, person who ends up being 5,000 pounds just sitting in their bed, not able to move. Yeah, that kind of thing. I would not call saving yourself cruel. It could save a drowning person that's thrashing around, but it would drag you down. Yeah, and it's not like your family is automatically cruel. Like and we're talking extended family. People we didn't even talk to in decades were like, yeah, we met that guy. He was an asshole. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, so you got it, right? Like, yeah, I tried to help him, and it was just like story after story of this person being the most, like, I don't even know how they could go through so many people and burn so many bridges. I haven't even done that by being an ass. Yeah, but I don't know. It's weird. Should we circle abusive? Yeah, circle it and then put like circles and arrows next to it, pointing to it with frowny faces and little broken hearts and sad drawings by, people with crayons, that kind of thing, where the sun is black and everyone's crying, that kind of thing. So yeah, not, God, almost evil. Yeah, maybe they were evil. I don't know. What are you gonna do? But again, sidetrack aside, or side story aside, we can't just keep doing this crap. Not everything, whatever, man. Just everybody fix their fucking life and stop dragging people down. I don't know, but I'm not a big fan of all these weird little laws happening here where it's like, oh, we got to do this and save the children, save the children, save the children, save the children. Ruin video games to save children. Can anybody have fun anymore? Don't you ever stop protection because of being a previous cat? See, there you go. The nautical razor may change. Sometimes you do have that eye-opening experience where you're just like, yo, this is not me. Like on a core level, you'll just realize what you're doing is wrong and then you will fix it. But some people really have to get really far down for that to happen. Some people will just realizing it simply. And it's just like, for us, again, doctor telling us that you're going to drop dead if you stop being a fat bastard was enough. But, again, every addiction is different for people. There's biological things involved, but the effort has to be made. And if nobody's going to make the effort, I don't think it's fair to everybody else to go down with the ship, as it were. I'm a big believer in that. I feel like if the rest of the family kept dealing with that person, so many people would either be in jail, probably dead. Somebody probably would have died in a car accident because this person was super insistent on driving because, they didn't have a lot. I think they wrecked like 3 cars, like 3 of them. Thankfully, not into anybody else's car, but like side of the road, kind of like, I think one of them got flipped over. It was ridiculous. And typical because they're so, imbued with alcohol, their body's all loose. So they get thrown from the wreck and they're like perfectly fine, because they're like basically ragdoll physics at that point. And get a call at like 4 a.m. Yeah, man. No, I don't know what happened, man. I was just driving and this sidewalk came up on me suddenly. And then there was this fence and this stupid pole, man. I don't know who puts a pole right there, but that's why then the car went offside. Yeah, you pick me up. Fuck off. Like that kind of thing. Short life physics. That game was hilarious. Yeah, I missed the game Pain. That was fun. That was on PS3. Should probably download it before they close the shop. Anyway, am I the asshole? Probably people think so now, but whatever. You didn't know the guy. Keep underlining. Let's see. What else we got here? Talk. Download everything you can from Internet Archive. Oh, good. A lighter side of the stream. So many of us who use Internet Archive to help preserve media, and a lot of lost media has been found because someone uploaded it there. However, it looks like they're finally starting to crack down on copyrighted content. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, no. I generally don't view people as evil, just selfish. No, this is evil. This is evil. I would say if they weren't so drunk, they probably would have been a serial killer. Keep underlining. Okay. No, I'm not even joking about that. You ever just look into somebody's eyes and you just know yeah. Even drunk, it was like, oh my God, get me away from this person. Where's the coffee cards? I'll get to it. All right, so copyright things are happening. I noticed this today as I was in the middle of watching a TV show when I got a timeout error. I refreshed the page and the video was suddenly gone. Thank you. Twitchy Kitty, thank you. All right, cool follow. Hey, here you go. What we can do is snooze the ads. I'm not going to go through a long-winded story like that and make people sit through ads. After checking my bookmarks, I realized several other videos have disappeared as well, including some of my own uploads. If there's anything you've been meaning to download from there, I'd recommend downloading it sooner than later. I already made the mistake of not downloading everything I wanted to. There are tons of old sitcoms, game shows, and other obscure media on there. And if they're removed, they'll become much harder to find. Bum, bum, bum. There you go. I would, but my PC don't have unlimited storage. Exactly. This is a whole conspiracy about SSD makers and RAM manufacturers to stop preserving content by merely raising the price so nobody can download stuff anymore. It's all going to be in the cloud. There's 3 more hours and I'm home for a week. Can't wait. A week? Wow, that's nice. Weeks off? Holy crap. My laptop is nothing but movies and nostalgia. Backed up as a USB stick. Ran out of space. Don't. Download Sailor Moon VHS rips now. Something Sailor Moon happens. Oh, look, somebody made bagels. This is the first time making bagels. Look, first time making bagels. What do you think? I think I would eat those. I can spot a good bagel. That looks like a good bagel. These look like a good bagels. I wouldn't say they're New York bagels, but they look pretty delicious. I would eat one of them. All right. So I think congratulations are in order. I would love a bagel right now. Bagels. Maybe I'll work on that. We've gotten really good with dough. All right. Not money, but your Italian genes are slowly coming through. We made a pizza. We using the dough, and it's kind of really lots of butter. No, I'll find a healthy alternative. Yeah, we did that with pizza, dude. Pizza, healthy. We made healthy pizza. It's all right. Oh yeah, last year, 400 people. Okay, back to EA. They laid off 400 workers. Speaking of evil humans, keep underlining. Let's see. Yeah, so, one CEO got $39 million, basically, and everybody else got fired. Pretty good, right? Oh, God, what's going on with these things? Reminds me of the Onion. I won't give you a secret to my glitter bagels, even if you kidnap my children. What? But think of the children. Xbox states disk should not fail during outages. Wait. This is the outage again? Ah, jeez. Earlier this week, Xbox suffered a major network outage, preventing players not only from buying or downloading games, but playing them all together, even from a physical disc. Holy shit. Scott Van Ville again assured that the entitlement checks should not prevent players from accessing their games and that the team is looking into the matter. We're looking into a report that some players were unable to access games using disc as expected during the service interruption. As expected, though they said we're looking into reports. Well, they said an interruption of disc-based entitlement checks should not prevent players from accessing their games. And this is by design. However, I feel like since physical games are so entwined with the digital world now, DLC, all that other stuff, patches, yeah. So even physical media is not immune. Remember when it used to be. Remember when it used to be, way back in the day. You could just put a disc in, etc., etc. Yeah. Out of age. This thing, look at this. Nobody knows what this is. We do. No, we had it on our wish list because it just looked bonkers. Look, strange scaffold strikes gold mine once again with Truck-kun is supporting me from another world. This is the name of a game. So this article goes on and on and on and on. It literally, boom, came out today. Truck-kun is supporting me from another world. Truck-kun is supporting me from another world is a vehicular action game where you play as a truck that isekais people into another world. This anime-inspired title is about smashing through objects at high speed to power up the corporate ladder climber you accidentally isekai'd into a dangerous medieval fantasy world inspired by the anime and manga subprojects, blah, 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 blah. This is weird. It was weird enough to catch my attention because I'm just like, wait, what is this? Snoozing the ads. Thank you, Ryoga. Thank you. I appreciate. Happy partner anniversary. Twitch, where's my bonus? You know what? I'm gonna send Twitch. Maybe I'll post it on X. But like, hey, Twitch, for people who've been on stream and they got partner anniversaries, how come you don't give them a yearly bonus? Just saying, they're making money for you. I mean, I don't know how good this is, but you're a little truck, you run around and you're helping some kind of anime girl in another world. So this one who's like, bro, Carissa, cops in this city, you've got easy 20 minutes before they fire a missile at you, especially if you're in a low income area. What? Wow. That's rough. Accurate, but rough. Oof. There's a gag manga about a guy who's driving a truck and taking requests from other dimensions via a ghost girl acting as an agent. Nice. There you go. So, I don't know. Keep it on your radar if you give a crap. That came out today. I don't know how much it is, but bro. Boop. Pikachu. Look. Pokemon releases a $400 Pikachu plush and immediately sold out. What? $400? Unless this thing is powering a house, I'm not paying $400 for a Pikachu plush. If I can plug him in and he generates energy like he's supposed to, then fine. What the hell? $400 for a plush? I guarantee it was scalpers, right? After 30 years, it still keeps finding new and unique ways. This is a plush is not a new unique way. Okay, what's it? God, how big is this thing? High-end brand Pokemon has collaborated with... What is this high-end brand? New unique photo of the Pikachu to go to a jacket and I will employ a service a high-end brand, so it's the latest Pikachu plus, blah, blah, blah. Stife. Oh, that's why. Stife. Oh, shit. No, the thing, okay, if you don't know what a stife bear is, basically, like this says, it was founded in the 1800s. This is one of the oldest plush companies, like, on the planet. On the planet. So they do very good, high-quality work. What the fuck is stife? Look it up, and also look up some of the prices. So if you're ever in a thrift store and you see a little stife bear tag, you might want to pick it up. Those things are expensive, and there is you know how there's collector's markets? This is another level of collector's markets. This is that shit that you see in hoity-toity antique shops that you wouldn't go into because it's too hoity-toity and you'd feel uncomfortable going in there. Stife. So, yeah. So, okay, I wouldn't agree with $400, but... I understand. I understand why it would be. You can usually recognize it by the weird little button tag that they have over there. That's been around forever. So, yeah. Weird little tag. Never heard of them, and I might be old enough to remember them. 1800s when you were a wee one? I remember that when I was in 1800s. Yeah. I was playing with my hoop and stick, and I knew this girl that had a stife bear. It's a combination of craftsmanship and cheese means together. Stife and Pokemon can charge $400 for a plush. You might be asking yourself, who in their right mind would pay for an extraordinary amount for a cuddly toy? You almost buy a whole Switch 2 for that. Well, at least 350 people have already taken the plunge, and they did not hang around. There you go. Okay. Stife released the first 350 to its limited edition Pokemon shoes a few days ago, and they were quickly snapped up. If you're overwhelmed by the FOMO right now and have 400 of Pokemon... No, I don't. Pikachu plushes, 1,906. Number meaning again, 1996, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they're making 1,999 and 1,996 because Pokemon came out in 1996. So, yeah. There you go. Thank you. I could pay for a round trip plane ticket to see my crush for the cost of this plush, right? It's ridiculous. It's stupid. All right. Oh, get out of here. What is this? Okay. Oh, even major secondhand retailers are scalping the Steam machine with 42 price. Who is doing this? 42% price hike? Major secondhand retailers. All right. Give me their names. Look at that in the UK, right? Reddit users Miku is among the first to raise awareness with their post. CEX charging scalper price for Steam machine. What's CEX? Anybody know? Attaches a photo of $50,000 with the console kept safely behind glass panel, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I did some digging here in the UK and found that not only CEX is charging... Really? Sex? I'm going to call it sex. Not only is sex charging extortionate amounts for the Steam machine, which makes it sound extra dirty, but purchasing the hardware from sellers at a high price to encourage scalpers. Okay. Sex is selling the Steam machine without the Steam controller. Wait, what? What? If you buy the 520, we get a controller, Valve costs, okay, blah, 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 blah. High street robbery. All right, what else? Huh. What is that? CX is a British secondhand shop. Really? Sex shop, huh? Weird. What? So sex is a secondhand shop, in case the first one didn't work, right? It's a high street robbery. Let's see, gamers might be more blah, blah, blah. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So that's not great. That's not great. Where's it's supposedly the only other, there was another one. That not only is charging store, so it's just that one. All right. I know, it's kind of crazy. It's a Linux PC, so there are no hardware restrictions to worry about. Yay. There we go. Boop. All right. Another, oh God, this is going to be a routine thing. Oh, here we go. Another black box of failure. Even after price hikes, Xbox is reportedly eating a $150 loss every time it sells a console. How? Every time it sells a Series X or S. $150 they're losing each time. If I was Elon, you can pretty much bankrupt them by buying all their consoles and giving them out to like starving children. Though I'd think I'd rather have a sandwich. But you know what I'm saying. Wow. Dude, that's crazy. Keep underlining abusive, though. There's still no lights at the end of the tunnel. No. The rise of AI has given a handful of companies responsibility to the world's RAM. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, where's the estimated? Oh, God. 950 current gen console is ludicrous. Woof. So, until the bubble to burst and the RAM prices stop going up and hopefully start to come back down, haha. Xbox, PlayStation, and other companies that sell consoles and hardware need to figure out ways to make up the shortfall. There's only so many times you can increase the price of a 6-year-old console. Xbox will discontinue the 200 terabyte one, Series X, after its next price increase, likely because even it knows a 950 current gen console is ludicrous. One more price hike after this, and the cheaper standard models will be getting upsettingly close to that $1,000 threshold chip. Now, the weird thing is, when it comes to RAM and stuff like that, is when we were looking into computers as the prices were going up, certain things where, and we've covered this before, RAM, it used to come with, say, hypothetically, 16 gigs of RAM, right? Hypothetically, you get a phone, it's got 16 gigs of RAM, whatever. Now it's 12. Where it used to have 8, it might be 4, might be 6. Kind of depends on what they do, right? So the problem now is we're getting shrinkflation, where they're literally giving you less RAM, you know, basically less power, less storage space, and all this other crap, but they're still charging you the same, if not more. So double check specs of, say, your next phone and all this other stuff. Because if you're thinking you're getting 16 gigs of something, you're probably getting 8 or 12. It's getting really weird. Did they include an SD slot for the SD cards? No, that's going to be separate. When we were upset about the PS5 Pro being $700, those were the days, right? It seems like simpler times. Wizards of the Coast president steps down after short reign. Oh, God. See, Magic and D&D, but also just 58 million impairment charge. Yeah, we talked about the game. I'm leaving. Okay. So that's there he's gone. Oh, God, what is this? Xbox explains recent outage issues amid console. Okay, good. Continued silence over PS. Yeah, what happened? Did PlayStation even talk about it? Licensing, blah, blah, blah. Card battle. God, we've been on for a bit. Yeah, I got a lot of tabs to go through. Ninja! You got to roll. We can do it greater than 16. They got a flaming pumpkin. Gotta watch out for it. Hard battle. 7. No. Flaming pumpkin to the head. You tried to. You tried. Oh, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Xbox gets a much-needed win over PlayStation. When? Where? Xbox boss is being praised for not only addressing the issue, but explaining what happened in such detail, for pointing out how it might be avoided in the future. It's even more fortunate timing for PlayStation, as after PlayStation Network suffered similar issues last week, the studio hasn't even acknowledged it happened, much less explained how it plans to do better. Oh, PlayStation, you just keep ignoring stuff, don't you? That's their whole thing now. Let's just not talk about it. Maybe this is why the president of the Wizards of the Coast left. Magic the Gathering, a complete breakdown of the Miku Secret Lair Commander deck. Why is Miko in Wizards of the Coast now? Why is it in Magic the Gathering? Why is this happening? Can't you just hang out in Wise Shores like all the other anime characters? Can we stop this? This is why I really feel like anime is just going to be cheapened over the years, because it keeps getting westernized over and over again. It's going to be watered down bullshit, and then everyone's going to be looking back to 80s anime as the golden age of anime, which I already do. This is the third time, Miko. This is the third time? Miko, what is wrong with you? Well, she got better things to do? Yeah, there you go. Magic the Gathering has no identity of its own anymore. That's perfectly sums up everything I keep complaining about. Look, the card, we officially know that, it's got a... I don't care. Like, I'm kind of over it. Magic the Gathering. These cards look like every other card. Whatever. All right, what's happening here? Resident Evil 5 dethroned as franchise best-selling game after 7... I thought everybody hated Resident Evil 5. That says Resident Evil 5 has been dethroned by the Resident Evil 2 remake as the best-selling entry in Capcom's beloved franchise. So, I assumed 9... the current one did better than this. Really? Everyone complained about 5. People said 5 was good. Compared to Resident Evil 6, 5 was amazing. Bro, I just remember everyone complaining about the AI being just terrible to work with. Yeah, the CPU character or whatever. Yeah, Resident Evil 6 was bad. Huh. According to the company's latest earnings report, the sales figure for the latter is now at 19.75 million, ahead of the 19.1 million units racked up in 2009. Enter exact numbers listed in document, blah, blah, blah. That's weird. I just assumed this didn't do well. See, somebody's like, 5 sucks so bad. 5 was also problematic. Was it because they were in an area where things were a darker tone, as it were, and that was the problem? Yeah, I vaguely remember people saying, yes, that was, okay, the one set in Africa. Well, what other type of zombies are you going to have there? Well, they don't have to be that color. They kind of do, because if you made everybody who lived there a completely different color, then you'd be complaining about that too. Everybody can be zombies. It's okay. Holy shit. Look at this guy. Apparently Mellow Yellow over here. Days of Thunder 2 is happening. The Rage Quit outbreak so bad. Yeah. I know, they're making another one. Shouldn't we get Talladega Nights first? Call it Talladega Days of Thunder 2. Yeah, so I guess Tom Cruise wants to drive around fast this time. Am I the only one that feels like Tom Cruise comes up with how he wants to endanger himself and then they build a story around it? Like Tom Cruise shows up, I need you to throw me out of a plane. Okay? I need to be on a motorcycle and drive off a cliff, but then use a parachute. I need to get into several car accidents. What movie can we make about that? You're the most dangerous person in Hollywood. It's like the Evel Knievel of acting. It's absolutely insane. He does like, I think 90% of his own stunts. I don't know. Why is everyone waiting 20 or 30 years to make a sequel? Yeah. What is this? Oh, I didn't even look at this. I didn't vet most of this crap. I'm not here in New York School. Oh, thankfully, the company that makes adult robots. Look, the New York school pauses plan to deploy human-like AI robot teacher after backlash. Yeah, maybe because you don't want your kids being taught by a robot made by a company known to be making robots for adult purposes only. Yo, some 12-year-old is going to hack that thing and it's going to go on a killing spree. All right? Come on, guys. So at least somebody in New York, which is slowly degrading into a terrible, terrible little area of it upon itself, somebody had the sense to make sure that the robot uprising doesn't take place in our... so no robots teaching sex ed. Yeah, I guess that's a benefit, right? God. All right, good news for physical media people and people who like vampires. Interview with the Vampire is finally getting a 4K. Do you realize that it's been it came out in 94? And yes, Tom Cruise is probably a vampire, allegedly. 4K. And even if you don't get physical media or whatever, at least you know there'll be a higher quality version out there for streaming purposes, assuming they don't edit it and chop the hell out of it. Okay. Just saying. September 22nd. I get excited about 4K. I don't know why. My eyes still work. 32 years ago. I know, right? Back in the day. Just as a good plastic surgeon. This thing. See, we were talking about it. Look, Mission Hill on Adult Swim aired 2002 to 2009. It had one season. I guess they just kept playing reruns. Again, we mentioned this earlier. Dude, look at a weird color palette of this. It was glowing with weirdness. World in Crisis. Not much has changed. Not much has changed. Like, you could go to, like, Times Square right now, and this would probably be up on one of those boards. World in Crisis, a dark day. This guy's going to be like, all right, big city, here I come. Strange and unique art style, yeah. The art style is very, like, indie comics, like, from the 90s. Like, Love and Rockets, Daniel Klaus, what's his name? Klaus? He did Ghost World. That type of thing. So it had a very cartoony / indie style, which was, for some reason, clicked back then. And it's like a couple of things managed to do well, and then it just stopped. I guess it was too brainy for people. Undergrads on the tubes. There you go. Originally on the WB in 1999, but poorly promoted and extremely low viewership. Became a cult classic in 2000s thanks to reruns on Cartoon Network late night Adult Swim block. There you go. Such an underrated gem and deserved more seasons. Yes. It was good. They still haven't brought this back, and the world is sadder for it. The Choco Taco. Can barely get good tacos anymore. Don't even have a Choco Taco. Yeah? Why? Why? Where is my Choco Taco? Everyone was panicking when they started discontinuing these things, and they thought they would bring it back, but it's been years. It's probably been like 5 years, right? Truly, one of the great losses of processed junk foods over the years. The great junk food loss title is exactly right on this one. Okay. I don't understand how somebody else can't figure out how to make something similar given the demand. Same with Butterfinger BBs. I don't think I've ever had those. Didn't Taco Bell sell these? I don't think so. Same with the banana fudge bar. Well, those at least you can make yourself. Choco Taco, that's a different beast altogether. When did they stop? Bring it back. There you go. I was in my 20s in my first apartment and heard of an ice cream truck and literally threw on clothes and sprinted outside to get one. Go.
At this point, a Chocolatico is off Timmy's list of approved foods.
Oh, yeah, I know. There's not a lot of approved foods that people can have anymore. Keep up with your approved foods. That's the thing. It's like when you get older, you got to kind of watch what you're eating. We do that. Dawn does that. You know, before you know it, you're looking at Choco Tacos and we're like, if I eat this, I could die. Red box in Alamogorda. What? Really? This thing cannot still be operational. This thing cannot. Is it still real? When was this picture? The bots here are very nostalgic for Reddit. I don't think this one is a bot account. Some of the comments definitely are, though. Yeah, I meant the comments at OP. Who's... Okay, here's the thing. If you're making a bot to post Redbox, that's what? I thought Redbox was dead too. I'm just assuming it is, and maybe they just posted a picture. But they say in, so as if it's still there. Redbox. Oh my God, it's got Morbius in it. No fucking way. Dude, that's relatively new.
There are still 4 registered Redbox locations within 2 miles of my house.
What? Really? Oh my God, dude, who's getting the money from that, though? Is there just some, like, person who's really into movies that's filling this up and keeping their fingers crossed? Like, bro. What movie? Dude, they had John Wick 4, they had a straight Super Mario movie? Dude, that's new. Look, on disc it is. It's relatively new. Look, Strays, Renfield, and Demeter. Last Voyage of Demeter. Bro, that's crazy. Holy crap. I almost want to rent a movie now. Yeah, I want to rent something so it's a little bit more difficult for me. Yeah, we had a grocery store that had one of those and then it got taken out. So, wow, that's crazy. All right, Code Orange. Big Code Orange at Home Goods. Home Goods, bro. Code Orange. Look, they got a bunch of Halloween crap. The one we went to had a lot of stuff. Not this much. Let's see. You got little witches and stuff. You got... Why do you got little snow cones on there? I know, I'm always on keeping an eye out for, like, Halloween crap. Yeah, big surprise. Say rip to high prices. I'm not shopping there anymore. Really? That's what they're going with? Come on. Oh, God. That was so bad I need coffee. Oh. Oh. Give me hair like that. Oh. Rip high prices. Oh. Rip patience. I'm trying to see what's in the back there to see if there's anything worth going on. What is with this little vampire chump over here? What? That's not good. I like this Frankenstein though. He's all right. I like the duck. Dude, look at the weird little zombie duck there. He's kind of cool. That guy's kind of cool. Some more dolls. It's shopping without having to leave my dwelling. So, all right, spooky mirror. What else we got here? These things look terrible. All right, well, I don't know. There might be something appealing for you, but, you know, good. Need to get some pumpkin girls. Pum'Kin Guy. There you go. Here's one. Oh, jeez. All right, boom. Code Orange. This is the earliest that I can recall seeing one. It's starting. Oh, look, they got Catwoman. They got Saw. Look, they're doing this now. Odyssey, bro. You know? I always like going into these things because I like seeing the animatronics. Animatronics. Yeah? What? That'd be kind of cool, man. I like it. It's the only time I got fun in a store. Most stores just drive me nuts at this point. Look at it. Street Fighter 2 craze in the early 90s. Go.
I drove by one 3 weeks ago. That was open.
What?
I should have taken a picture.
Yeah, man. You could have been the star of Halloween Reddit. Got to do that next year. Dude, look at all these people lined up for this crap. Look at this. Oh, man. I'm telling you, I miss arcades. I probably wouldn't miss the sound now, but I kind of still do. But damn, dude, they were so much fun. The environment. Look at all the Street Fighter stuff, bro. Okay, I can't keep going down this. All right. This thing. How illegal and immoral is it to pirate a retro console if I really own the games on Steam? Has this worried you? This person's going on a whole thing about they have games on Steam, right, that are for the Dreamcast, but they can't get those games off of Steam and make an ISO that could be read by their Dreamcast. So they're like, is this morally wrong? I bought the game. I can't play it on my retro console, and I would like to. Is it morally wrong for them to get it because the secondhand market is so expensive now? What do you think, chat? Here, I'm a big believer in people not paying for a game 5 or 8 times, Nintendo. So there you go. I really want GOG to start a press on demand service for disc consoles. That would be kind of cool, actually. You know, especially for older ones like this, but I don't know how much they're gonna do. Like, because here's the thing. Okay, the GTA thing, which I do have an update on, right? We went around it a different way and opened up another support ticket, which people are like, wow, this is like your 6th one. It is our 6th one. However, it wasn't immediately closed. Somebody might be looking into it, chat. However, this has opened my eyes. You know, lesson learned, where part of me really just wants to get into retro gaming, like getting a console and playing on a console, because I'm getting sick of, I've said this before, extra installers, launchers, creating accounts, and all this other BS. It is getting ever so tedious when and updates. I like just putting in a disc and just fucking playing a game. It's so difficult to do that. The last 3 times I tried to play a game. 1, account issues. 2, save gone for some freaking reason. 3, there was this like massive update that was like huge that took forever. The other one was an interruption, so that was the other thing. And then the other time I tried to play a game, the servers were down. So basically, like 5 times I tried to play a game recently. Servers down, account issue, huge update, interruption. I'm like, come on, dude. Come on. Real shit, though, it's a digital code. It would be, what, half the $60 gonna used to paying. Yeah, if it was, and all digital, it should just be a lot cheaper. That's kind of why I like Steam, but there's problems with Steam because for our instance, we have an issue with our Rockstar account, but we can't even delink our Rockstar account from Steam because it has to be done on Rockstar's end. So basically, I cannot play any Rockstar game ever until this gets resolved. That's insane. That's utterly insane to me. So, thinking of rewritable and burn media, pressing. It's more expensive for that reason. Yeah, but even making a disc is not expensive. It isn't. A lot of people will say that it is. Depending on how much is pressed, it's like anywhere from $1 to $3 to make a disc. It's not a big deal. All right. Yo, I saw this and I'm like, we haven't had, here's the thing, because we've all gotten into this corporate drabness of everything, where everything's dark colors, grays, stuff like that. iPhones, Samsungs, all these phones and stuff like that. All our technology is just a particular color pattern. And as much as I like dark colors, every once in a while, like back in the day, they had these crazy things. They had that translucent green. They had the cyber core, as this person refers to it. And it's kind of like, I want design to get back into that. So they have like, you know, a couple of pictures of things here and there. Cyber Glacier. Would you get out of the way? Thank you. Look at that. That's cool, man. Dude, it had personality and shit. I don't know about that. What the hell is this? I didn't even know. Recordable? Look at that. Nintendo had translucent purple was called. See, they had translucent colors. It had its own little personality. Ice. Come on, dude. I don't know what the hell this is from. But oh, this is like the inside of a thing. What the hell's that? Some Japanese playing. Ice. You keep just showing pictures of ice. I figured there'd be more tech here. But anyway, the short of it is, like it would be cool to go back to stuff that actually had a personality. I know Xbox decided to come out with that translucent green 25th anniversary edition of the Xbox, but sorry, they're like, consoles are $900 now, so I can't pay that kind of money to be nostalgic. But newer tech should probably adapt, especially Apple. Apple just feels so devoid of personality now that I'm just like, yes, new phone, whatever, you know? Whatever. Boop. There you go. I missed the 90s fast food designs and color formats. They were cool. Not anymore. This guy, Michael B. Jordan, decent actor. They're remaking the Thomas Crown Affair with them. Thomas Crown Affair. What, didn't they remake that? Isn't that a remake of a remake? Because what's his face? Oh, he played 007. That guy. Pierce Brosnan. Didn't he do Thomas Crown Affair? And that was a remake of a movie from like the late 50s or 60s. Like this is getting silly. Got boop you in your eye. Oh, my eye. Thought it was Michael Douglas. Maybe the first one. There was the Thomas Crown Affair, the old movie. And then there was a remake in, I think, the 90s. And I thought it was Pierce Brosnan. It could have been Daniel Craig for all I know. Let's see. Get her back over there. All right. The Art Thief film. Yeah. 1999. Pierce Brosnan. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I think it's doable with an iPhone. Oh, yeah. No, 3D print it? No, you can't take that apart like that. So this will be the third time that I know of that they're making this movie. Look, it's a deadly game of cat and mouse. We've seen it twice already. Come on. Hollywood, please. The Odyssey translator blasts Christopher Nolan's adaptation for its abysmal writing and lack of sex scenes. Oh, there you go. Hey, Chucky Nolan, are you kidding me? You had an opportunity for sex scenes and you just didn't do it? This is from the translator of the Odyssey. Steve McQueen. All right, so 68 was Steve McQueen. Oh, God. Dude, imagine having to follow up Steve McQueen. Just as long as there was no driving involved. Yeah, I don't know. But whoever translated it apparently said it was abysmal writing. I don't know. I don't care enough about the Odyssey to watch it. So there's been a lot of controversy over this for some fucking reason. Whatever. GOG's awesome. Want to know why? Because they got Star Ocean. The legendary Star Ocean series has arrived on GOG. Bro, again, you keep the installers. Those are your installers. All right? This thing. Dude, I haven't played one of these in like forever. When did this come out? So yeah, Star Ocean Divine Force. You got like a deluxe edition. Oh my god. Yeah. So know that it exists.
We could have had those adult scenes in those wonderful Batman movies and we didn't. We only got somewhat of one, but no flesh.
I know, right? That's ridiculous. What are you gonna do? You know, Chucky Nolan's highbrow. So if you did like Star Ocean, no, it's actually available on a DRM-free website. So there you go. You can support it legitimately and still own it. Now, speaking of games, the developer of this next game, right, actually got in touch with us. Because again, we talked about it. We mentioned their game in a comic strip because we were complaining about GTA's support system being awful. And Foamy was like, just play indie games instead. And he mentioned, boom, End of Embers. All right. End of Embers, we got to play the test thing of this. And this is actually a fun game. If you haven't played it yet or don't even know about it, End of Embers, it's a twin stick shooter, right? So you're running around going pew, 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 pew. No, we've mentioned it before, but what impressed me about this is the sheer amount of nods to horror that we came across just in the playtest. Just in the playtest. There was a lot. There was a lot going on. There are lasers and little razors and upside down people like this. It's pretty dark. You got, look, little COVID cluster bombs. Dude, even the weapons had some clever little things in there. So that was pretty good. Look, you got this guy. Yeah. This is what happened before. This is what you look like before your diet, right? Let's see. Did I even make it to that room? I don't think I made it to that room. I don't know. Regardless, it was it's actually fun.
Download
And
it.
it's like, go. Download it. There you go. See, playtest. Have fun with it. It's basically, you know, you can click on it and request access, and chances are they'll just be like, yeah, go ahead, play. It's not announced yet, but there was a lot going on just in a playtest. It was fun. Again, it's a playtest. Give them time. But anyway, because we mentioned them, they actually sent us an email, like a thank you for mentioning it and stuff. And I was just like, dude, keep up the good work. I don't talk to anybody, ever. Okay? So I actually took the time out to respond to them. What? I'm not good with... So it took me 45 minutes to make a 1-paragraph email because I didn't want to sound like an idiot. Yeah? Playtest was automatic? Yes. Best kind of playtest. So, I don't know. If you like horror stuff and you like little bullet hells and things like that, take a look at it. If you're a horror person, you'll appreciate the references in there. So, I know. I was pleasantly surprised. Usually I play games and I'm just like, yeah, it's all right. It was all right. But it held my interest more than most games do. Let's see. This is pretty funny, but also interesting. What do you think really happened to D.B. Cooper after he parachuted out of a plane with $200,000 in ransom money in 1971? What do you think happened, chat? Look, this is funny. He escaped and later used the money to start a movie review website called IMDb. Okay, clever comment. I'll give him that. But no, dude, whatever happened? Every time, like every couple of years, it always comes up. D.B. Cooper, you know? Okay, that is pretty funny. Hey, I'll give him that. That was clever. Yeah, just writing that IMDb. Oh. I know. What do you think? What do you think, chat? What would you do with $200,000? You know, you can't do much now, which is kind of sad. Back then, you could. No, like that's the thing. You cannot do much with $200,000. I don't even think you could buy a house now, right? Can you? I don't look at prices of houses. They're out of my price range. You can rent whatever the hell you want, but give us a spicy card. They show up when they show up. I got no control over it. Maybe out in the sticks. Yeah, you'd have to be in the middle of nowhere. You could probably get a house. How much are like not mobile homes as in like a mobile home, but an actual mobile home that you drive? How much do those cost? I always like the idea of being home wherever the road takes me. Yeah. Grew up on like Smokey and the Bandit and stuff like that. So, let's say RVs. There you go. That's the word. RVs. How much is an RV? Probably off the grid and use the money to build a house. Yeah, you figured that would happen, right? They didn't have grids back then, so it was a lot easier to be off the grid back then. A small empty lot, maybe. Yeah. RVs are surprisingly expensive, depending on how. It's just a big car. I expect maybe like $100,000, which is still kind of expensive, but I'm thinking because trucks now are like 50 grand, right? Or something ridiculous. No, God, I don't even want to look it up. I don't think Cooper made it out of the plane. Abducted by a time traveler. I see what you're doing. You can buy a house for $150K in certain areas. What? Write it down. What? One day you'll make that money. There's also crap gas mileage. Oh, yeah, that's true. Forgot about that. Don't they have like electric ones now? You figure with that much space in it, they could just put so many batteries to keep charging. I don't know. Not in Florida? Oh, God. Look, I canceled my HP Instant Ink subscription, and now I can't print, even though they are genuine HP cartridges. Look, you cancel it. Okay. Replace subscription. You must replace Instant Ink subscription cartridges with non-Instant Ink cartridges to continue printing after your subscription ends. Did they paywall ink? I use laser printer, people. Your wallet will thank you. There you go. I would like a laser printer. I have an ink one, but I have the Eco Smart one. You literally just get an ink bottle and fill it up. This thing's been going forever, unlike just one fill. I love it. With the bad decisions coming out of HP lately, I decided to cancel my Instant Ink subscriptions before the prices go up. This is a warning screen. I was just going to use the ink I have up and buy a new printer, but because fuck those guys. Well, turns out they fucked me first. So even though I have legitimate HP ink cartridge in my printer, I cannot print because they are subscription cartridges. Screw these guys. What? That subscription bricks your printer. And more fun on top of that, reuse your email address when you didn't sub to the next printer can brick too, and talk with tech support and subscribe. Really? Bro. Someone should do open source firmware for ink printers. They really should. God. Keep underlining, by the way. Okay. This is ridiculous. Second vote for brother. I've had a brother color laser for years, and it's been awesome. I had a brother monochrome laser before that. I don't know why I gave him that voice. Buy a brother monochrome laser printer. Okay. I have a monochrome brother. How much is a monochrome printer? Everyone seems to say that they're great. Bought a brother for my work office. Cool. Lambasted me for spending over $300 on a printer that only printed. What? My other printer now has a longer tenure than anyone else in the company. There are no more HP printers. Laser printers, a brother, and I only paid $50 for it. Really? Wow. Never buy HP. Wow. Why do people still give their money to HP? What do I got? What's this? I don't even know what that is. Let's see. No, I can't even see the logo on it. This has been known for a decade, and you still bought an HP inkjet. Repeat after me, brother laser printers. Brother. Yeah, anytime you go to buy a printer, just be like, brother. Yeah. There you go. I have to go. Nice to see you, Nautical Razor. Thanks for being here. Do something fun this week. Do it. Do it, bro. All right, what else we got? Boom. GPUs are going to get expensive. Again, look, rumor has it GPUs are next to go up in price. So, but you're looking at 16, 20, 20, or 15%. The 5090s are already at 4,000 plus, and 5090s are around $1,499. $4,000. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Bro, when is this ever going to end? Oh, dude, I can't. All right. Is it illegal to trick the U.S. government into wiping your phone during a questionable legal search? The case of a traveler who allegedly entered a duress passcode to wipe his phone raises a legal question with no easy answers. This is weird. The short of it is, person was arrested for whatever reason. They had an operating system, and I forget it, what it was called. It's a particular open source operating system that's Android, where if you type in a particular code, basically it will erase your entire phone. Erase it completely.
It's a raid. Destroy the
raid.
mall with
There you
kawaii
go.
hugs
Nakuya.
and treats.
Thank you. I appreciate. What's up? So the part of the most alarming that the customers claimed that the interrogation room in the Atlanta airport was not part of the United States, therefore citizens have no rights. What? Customs claimed, well, how is that even a thing? Unlike others who have had their phones seized with no explanation, Tunic was told that CBP needed to search his device to determine whether it contained, that kind of thing. Oh, well, that's never a good thing if they automatically wipe it because that's what they're looking for. Let's see, into his connection with the, Stop Cop City protest, blah, blah, blah. According to the motion, suppressed evidence filed in March. Tucker didn't consent to the search and repeatedly asked to speak to his attorney, but CBP's officer told them they didn't need a warrant. They didn't need a warrant. Don't they? Then quickly gave the agents the password to his phone, but then they entered it. The screen went blank, flashed several times, and the phone appeared to restart. Court order said the prosecutor later Tunic was, you know... Okay, Graphene OS, that was a thing. Duress password to wipe his phone before therefore deleting evidence. No, but here's, all right, weird. I kind of want to argue both ways for this because I feel like because somebody wipes their phone doesn't mean there was any evidence to be wiped. Then you're presuming guilt based on what they did. What if they were just stressed and they automatically gave you the wrong password? You know? CBD claims you consent to search by entering his jurisdiction. No warrant needed. Oh, okay. Warrant should always be required unless you're in extreme circumstances. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't go outside. It's unclear what. Okay, blah blah blah. 2 pages under Fourth Amendment. Blah blah blah. Okay, there's a lot going on here. Yeah, so I mean that's kind of weird, and it's like, okay, if you're a good lawyer, you could argue, well, they were under duress and they just spat out the wrong passcode, right? And then that's a thing. However, you can recover data from a phone. You can, if you are that really have to go after somebody, you can recover data from a phone. All right. I can do it with over-the-counter stuff. You know what I'm saying? So nothing's ever wiped. You just got to dig. So, yeah, I don't know. But that's an interesting thing. How do you accuse somebody of getting rid of evidence if there's no sight of it? It's not like somebody who you see with a bag of whatever crack running to the bathroom and flushing it. That's obvious. They literally went and destroyed. But, you know, if somebody gives you a phone and just it's wiped, then like, what do you do with that? I don't know. I'm not a legal guy, so I'm just curious. Not with the phone OS he uses? Really? So it's that good? It doesn't usually have to be like overwritten like 8 times. Yeah. Used in case your phone gets stolen. Yeah, burner things. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't, dude, people going through my phone will be real disappointed to be like, you got a lot of picture of squirrels in here. Is that a thing? I'm like, well, yeah, actually it is. I got, oh, look at this. Ozzy Osbourne coming to Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights with Haunted Experience. This is kind of weird because they're literally putting you on a crazy train. A crazy train. According to the outlet, guests will hop on the crazy train for a terrifying trip through Osbourne's disturbing world of rock and roll. I'm not sure how I feel about Ozzy Osbourne turning into an amusement park ride. It's kind of weird, right? It might be fun, but it's kind of weird. Yeah. Be a variety at Universal Studios Hollywood. The haunted house transports fans to where it all began in Birmingham, England, home of John Mitchell, Ozzy Osbourne. Starting with Crazy Train, Ozzy Osbourne's most famous song. Look, guests will travel through time from his early childhood to the Osbourne Asylum, inspired by his iconic album, Diary of a Madman. As they weave through the decades, the unique iterations of Ozzy's persona will come to life, from Madman Ozzy and Werewolf Ozzy to the Prince of Darkness, the moniker he earned in the 1970s. So, I remember somebody in the Osbourne family saying that keeping him alive through like holographic things and stuff like that would be cool. If Sharon's okay with it, I think she's okay with the money they probably got from it. Okay, but what I want to know is, does he eat a bat? Because you can't have an Ozzy experience without someone eating a bat. See, that's my thing. All right, Spock, you got to roll. Equal to or greater than. Boop. Fancy. Hey, it's a fancy. All right. We got a fancy, bro. Octo, thank you. Hard battle. 7. Oh, that's not good. But it is fancy, so we'll keep it up there for a little bit. It's fancy. Okay, that's good. All right, so you try it. What? Where do we go? Said Sheridan Osborne, Ozzy never stopped pushing boundaries, and he loved anything that gave fans a new way to experience his music and the worlds he created. Halloween Horror Nights has done an incredible job bringing that spirit to life. Walking through these haunted houses, you'll recognize so many moments inspired. Okay. So they got money. All right. First poster from Robert Eggers' Werewolf. Look, they spelled it wrong. Werewolf. Werewolf. Is a stunning throwback to classic horror. This is classic.
Destroy them all with kawaii hugs and
thank
tricks.
you. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. For those who don't know, Cameron streams, which we've rated. Hope you're doing well. We're looking at the horror. Dude, it's a new thing. Is this movie going to be black and white and look this gritty and stuff? Because that'd be pretty cool. I would like that. What? I do like the werewolf. Hey, there you go. Why is that not showing up? God, it's so like, I got to change that. Thank you. We're going to loaves about. Wolf. Whatever. What other thing we got? That looks pretty good, though. I mean, at least it's got a cool spooky vibe. I like spooky vibe. Let's go. Oh, it's got Willem Dafoe in there. And Lily Rose Depp. Is that like a Johnny Depp thing? Or are we getting into the relatives now? Are we getting at the age where the actors' kids that we used to watch as kids now have kids and they're acting? Getting old, chat. Getting old. Look at that. Lily Rose Depp. That's Johnny Depp's kid. I remember watching him in Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, God. Here we go. Boop. All right. What is it? Silent Hill Townfall. Hands-on preview. Modern first-person horror that feels like classic Silent Hill. They say it feels like classic Silent Hill. I'm very skeptical when they say that. What? No, I'm very skeptical. Oh, it feels like classic Silent Hill. Does it? We'll see. Resident Evil surpasses millions unit. Okay, yeah, we saw that. I got a lot of these things. But what else we got here? Nothing's going on in IGN. What's going on here? San Diego Comic-Con 2026. Everything announced Comic-Con. Okay, whatever we got. We got your Doctor Doom. Whoop-de-doo. We got another Black Panther. They're recasting Black Panther yet again. Deadpool and Peggy Carter confirmed for Avengers Doomsday. Okay, great. What else we got here? This is all Marvel stuff. God of War, Laufey City, what, new Kratos game and more. Okay, whatever. Lanterns. Yeah, I guess that they're trying to make a show out of that. Whatever. More lanterns. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Okay, we talked about that. I'm trying to find something we didn't talk about. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Future Bright, Blade Runner 2099. Oh, whatever. Avatar Angle, Les Anderberg stars confirmed. The gang's relationships. I don't care. Avatar. Coyote vs. Acme is getting a physical home media release with John Cena outtakes. What's up? She was in the Nosferatu movie. Johnny Depp starter. Oh, all right. I just remember seeing them in like yoga hosers. I wasn't crazy about that. King of the Hill's 15th season. Everything announced. Marvel. Blah blah blah. Okay. I'm not getting anything here. I'm kind of tired of Marvel right now. All right. Oh yeah, there you go. Media release. Physical media. In case you wanted Coyote vs. Acme as a physical media. What else we got here? Oh, there you go. Quick, before Nintendo gets at it, right? Pokemon Red and Blue mod turns the classic RPG into a sick 3D voxel game. They voxeled it. Look at this. You got a whole voxel thing going on here. It's got like a three-dimensional thing. You're walking around. Everything looks kind of cool. So, if you did want a reimagining of Pokemon Red and Blue, 4K HDR, 60 frames a second, voxel mod, I would say get it now before Nintendo catches wind of it and complains about it. You know? That's the thing. I mean, you know, sometimes modders do better than what the game people are doing. You know? So take a look at it if you care. I know, it might be cool. Cool, bro. Just letting you know. Voxel mod. Pokemon Red and Blue. All right. Stupid food. All right. I'm not, again, every time I look through stupid food, it becomes more and more annoying. So I just literally have the tab open just so I can call it and be like, stupid food. Let's go. And it didn't help me. God, I'm like so many away from getting bingo here still. All right. So stupid food. It exists. All right. At least we called bingo for it. Me IRL. Look at that. Living like a dog. Look at this. Only drink water. Eat the same thing every day. Have a treat once in a while. Go on walks. Prioritize speed. Be happy. I don't know what you're talking about. Where's the fun ones? This one. Do you ever sabotage your own free time? Like, what the fuck is that about? I want to play this game or read or do something specific, but instead, I will just stare out the window or scroll mindlessly. Why do we do that, chat? Why? Why? Ugh. All right. Oh, out of coffee. That's it. It's out of coffee. We're out of coffee time. What do we got? Calling it. Boom. Got it. Oh, man, it didn't help me. Ran out of coffee for no reason. Still got no bingo. Yep, same here. We're in the no bingo club. So jealous of cats, to be honest. Imagine being a huge bitch, literally all the time, and the person who takes care of you is like, aw. That's a cat's life. Literally. Yeah, knock it over. Dude, this is a good observation. Now, if only we had a life like that. I can end up on the board. Exactly. Aw. It's funny. It's a good observation. I like weird little gems of observation like that. UPS tracking. Step one. We don't think it exists. Step 2. Delivered. This has happened so many times. Where's my package? The tracking number's not in here. What is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Why? It's like they scan it like the same time they drop it off. Maybe to give you the impression that it was a quick delivery. Like, what the hell? Nothing pisses me off more than a manager who knows who the problem is, but keeps addressing the entire team. No, bitch, call a name. We talk about this. Nobody likes to call out anybody. We got to get past that. We got to get over this thing of having a blanket statement about stuff. We got to single out Phil in accounting or, whatever, Joe at the concession stand. We got to say, you. Never had a problem doing that back in the day. Now everyone's like, why are you calling me out? Because you're an idiot. That's why. Let's get back to this, okay? We'll fix a lot of problems by actually addressing them. But you always complain about how tired you are, and yet you don't go to sleep early? Yes. We all do this. I'm so tired. We'll go to sleep early. No. Why? Time is too precious to waste it on sleep. Bad enough and out the ins and out of the Amazon warehouse. People love hiding in the break room, and that's part of why stuff gets delayed. Yeah. This is very small. What is it? Look, where do you see yourself in? Well, I'm just trying to make it through the day. Isn't that always a weird question? Where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years? Oh, my God. What are you, my mom? Just give me my paycheck. I hate that. At 17 years old, they'll let you commit to a $200,000 in student loans, but won't give you a $20K business loan. Think about that for a second. It's true. You can't get a $20K business loan, but they'll throw you $200,000 in debt for school. Why would they do that? Bro, I'd rather be in debt for 20 than 200,000. Skip school, start a business. Holy crap. Yeah, they'll offer you a 50-year mortgage. Yeah, so basically you're paying 5 times for your house. It's so ridiculous. God. And then it's like, at that point you might as well rent, but then rent is so high you might as well get a mortgage. Like it's lose-lose all across the board. It's almost like school loans are predatory. Almost. All right. Becoming older than 10 years old was the biggest mistake of my life. That was like the sweet spot, wasn't it? When you're growing up, 12, you're getting a little too adulty, right? 13, forget about it. That's when everything starts going downhill. 10, sweet spot, right? You're still playing games. You still got your toys. You haven't outgrown stuff, or you don't have peers that are telling you to outgrow stuff. You're just a kid. You're just 10 years old, just playing games, looking at comic books, watching cartoons. Then it all goes to hell. So essentially, growing up, you only get 10 to 12 good years. That's it. Then it all goes downhill after that. All right. Everything used to be $20. And now that I finally have $20, everything is like $200. This is true. Also. Everything used to be cheap. Now it's like everything's over $20. I had $20. My buying power ain't $20. That's the problem. When I was 10, my biggest aspiration was to catch all the Pokemon, right? Simpler fucking times. Right? And that's the other weird thing. Like, when you're a kid, if they gave you more Pokemon, you would be like, yes! There's 1,000 Pokemon I gotta catch. Dude, all-nighter. Let's try to catch all these Pokemon. Now you look at 1,000 Pokemon and you're like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You think I'm going to be doing this? No, but when I was a kid, you had that, oh, I wonder what's around the corner kind of, joy. There was that bit of magic of what you're going to find later down the road. You're like, ooh, Now you're just like, God, if I walk through another bush again and get a surprise attack by some stupid Bulbasaur, which I already have 8 of, I'm going to go nuts. Right? I know. It's weird. But I don't know, man. Stuff changes. Yeah, gotta try to keep that spark going somehow, though. Boom. Look at this guy. This is perfect. I hope this is real. Look. From Robert Pattinson. I had a stalker while filming a movie in Spain last year. I was so bored and lonely that I went out and had dinner with her. I just complained about everything in my life and she never came back. This guy, all right, Twilight aside, this guy's awesome. You know? Dude, that's freaking awesome, dude. That's hilarious. I didn't even know that was a thing. I don't keep up with Robert Pattinson news, but if that's actually a thing, imagine having being a stalker of somebody, you finally meet them, and they just unload on you where you're like, this guy's a miserable motherfucker. I don't want anything to do with him. That's hilarious to me. You know? Pretty good. Good job. That's today's moral, I guess. Be annoying so nobody likes you. What? It could work in your favor. Yeah. All right, I gotta check my bingo card. All right, let's see. We didn't do that, but we can do that. Let's see. There we go. Got that. Oh, was that already called? Oh, we already called. I just threw that up for no reason. All right, I didn't doodle on stream. Dude, I totally did a voice. All right. I don't have any coffee, but it wasn't bad coffee. Costume change, Tangia party, rolled a 1. Nobody rolled a 1 or a 20? Oh. We didn't have a shiny. Random singing, I'm sure it did. No new song playing during the intro. We got to work on that. Hits mic with face. I think it did. Thrift store fine. Steve makes a bad pun. I think I did. I think I did bad pun. Oh, yeah, the quote-unquote sex thing. I don't know if that was a pun, but whatever. Viewers, oh, God, what were we at today? Did anybody... No, that's usually an important one. Ha, we're on 69. We got 69 viewers. I'm assuming we hit 75. I'll call 75, even though that might not be accurate. I don't know. I don't bring them in like the pumpkin, but that's all right. I'll call 75. Let's see. Gain 5 followers. What do we got? Oh, we're 2 followers away. So we called a bunch of stuff. Does that help me? Yay! There you go. Finally. Got the bingo. Let's go. There you go. We got it. All right. Well, we didn't have any actual disconnections, so that's good. And whatever bizarre crap was happening early on, I guess that fixed itself somehow. So we live. There we go. Nice. There you go. All right. We are at the let's see who we're going to raid mode. There you go. Oh, Mr. Lobo's on. Oh, no, Shadav's on. All right, we got a thing here. Hold on. No, thank you. Usually we raid Mr. Lobo, but Shadav's on. They say that they're tired, but they're gonna do. They're on, and they are always here, helping out, pressing buttons when my dumb little hands don't, and I appreciate them. They've been helping out a lot. So you know what? We're gonna raid Shadav. Cinnamon Insomnia is on, which is usually who we usually raid. So if you want to hang out there, don't go over to Shadav's. We get it. There's many choices in the world, you know. I'm slouching. I'm always slouching. But I got to work on my posture. You know, you and Dawn are trying to do that. Slouch. So Cinnamon Insomnia is on. They're doing a draw along. I don't know what they're drawing, so I got to look at that. But I want to reach it off because they're super, super helpful. Yeah. So there we go. Everybody, again, do something good. Keep underlining. I don't know if you ran out of paper yet for the bad man. And I don't know. Again, do something fun. Yeah. Have some little chicken nuggets. Get yourself a little piece of food that's a treat. You know, get yourself a good fruit. You know, like, I don't know, a plum or something. Something that you don't normally get. A passion fruit. You know, something crazy. There you go. Thank you. Everybody, I don't know, do something fun. Do it. We're going to go raid. Be well. Everybody, thanks for supporting, doing that thing, keeping things going, and partner anniversary. GG, thank you. I didn't even know it was a thing, so I didn't do anything for it because No, and I'm snoozing the ads. All right, we got out of it. I can't snooze anymore. We got to leave. We got to leave. I don't know. Listen to some music. Do something fun. We're going to rage it off. Be nice. They're good people. All right, let's go.